Hello, hello. Welcome. What's up, Francisco? How you guys doing? Yesterday we finished up the common route, and today we'll be starting with the Arimura route. Doing some side questing. How exciting. Give it a couple minutes. Our usual wait time for the YouTube notifications to go out. Let everyone know that we're live. Hello? Hey, what's up, Kyler? Welcome. I didn't have any rants ready or anything in preparation for the wait time, so I was just kind of waiting for people to show. Time for best go around. Arimura is your favorite, Francisco? Ciao. Hey, what's up, Andre? How's it going? Identified with her? Well, that's exciting. Favorite Serica? Are you telling me you don't identify with Serica? Not an imaginary friend made real. Are you sure? That's kind of just what I think chat is. All of my imaginary friends. You exist? Well, that's good. At least I can tell my therapist you guys are real. For sure this time. Existing is so hard. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? Do you think SM2 will have another puddle gate? Yeah, I imagine, because after we were watching the trailer, the ocean looks really bad, or whatever it is that Peter and Miles were fighting over, like when they were following those jet skis. He's talking about Super Mario 2, Francisco. But yeah, there are a lot of people saying how bad the water looked. In the trailer. Tour guide said that's East River. Yeah, whatever. When they were fighting over East River, the water looked pretty bad when I was rewatching it. The physics, like, just, there's no real, like, water physics, it's just kind of there. And then, like, when Miles, like, falls in, there's, like, a animation that plays, but it plays separate from the water. And so it looks really bad. It doesn't, the more and more I, like, watched the gameplay trailer, like, after the stream, the less and less it seems like it should be a PS5 exclusive. Like, obviously they're going to make it a PS5 exclusive to sell consoles, but it definitely seems like it could run on the PlayStation 4. But it definitely seems like it's a PS5 exclusive to sell consoles. Did they change the face of Peter, or he still has the baby face? I can't imagine they changed it from, like, the face they added in to Spider-Man. What, I guess, do we call it 1? Is it Spider-Man 1 now? Anything can run on the PS4 if you try hard enough? Well, I mean, it's very clearly, like, the same engine, right? Like, it's not like they made a new engine. And I wouldn't say, like, the graphics look that much better. Hey, Rob. Happy Friday, man. So, yeah, I wouldn't say that, like, the it couldn't run on the PS4. It's very likely New Face. Yeah, it hasn't been shown, but I think they're purposely not showing Peter's mask because they know people didn't like the, like, face remake situation. So they're purposely not showing it, and, what's its fuck? They're purposely not showing it in the trailers for Spider-Man 2. Imagine New Face saying all those edgy lines. He's always gonna have his mask up when he says those edgy lines. Because it's the symbiote that's making him say it, right? So it's like, he'll always have the black mask on. I blame the MCU. It's definitely not the MCU. The developer, like, came out and said that it wasn't because of the MCU. They stated that the reason was because it made it easier to mocap. But I think the reason is because they had a falling out with the original, like, face model. Like, whoever was originally the face model for Peter, I think, like, the developers or something had, like, a falling out with him, and so they replaced him. I don't think it had anything to do with the MCU. But can you not tell me the new face looks like Tom Holland? I mean, he just looks like generic young 20s white dude. I don't really think he looks like Tom Holland. Because Tom Holland has curly hair, and the dude in the young Spider-Man has, like, straight hair that's, like, comb over. It looks, I mean, his hairstyle almost looks like mine. But Tom Holland has, like, curls and stuff. So, I don't think it has anything to do with the MCU. I think it's that they had a falling out with the original, like, face voice actor guy. But yeah, I mean, I definitely think he looks younger than Miles, and I don't think it was a good swap. But that's business. That's business. Alright, should we get started? The mods fixed it on PC. They did fix it on PC. I want to get started, but it seems like most people aren't here yet. Or like the usual crowd, anyway. Low numbers for the Arimura round. Alright. That is not Arimura Gaming. Hey, what's up, AK? She's the most disliked character? I don't believe that. You put your comparison? No, I think you're wrong. That's definitely not a... You can see the difference in the hair, like, very clearly in that picture that you posted. The jawline's totally different. Tom Holland has a more defined jawline, whereas the Spider-Man on the PS4 has, like, a jawline that kind of comes into his neck a bit more. The hairstyle's very different. Tom Holland has that curls that they've got to, like, gel back, but he's got, the PS4 guy has hair that goes forward, like in his, like Tom Holland has the, like, it's gelled back, but the guy has that hair that's going, but the PS4 guy has hair that's going, like, it's all coming forward. Eyebrows are bushier in the PS4 guy. Hey, Hutchie. Tom has a wider face. Yeah, that too. I truly don't think it has anything to do with the MCU and Tom Holland. If anything, I would think, like, Sony would want to, like, distance themselves from that when they're making their own independent, like, production. because they want to be able to, like, if their relationship falls out with Disney, right? Because they even tried to at one point, right? They wouldn't want their Spider-Man to, like, remind people so much of the Tom Holland one. I think it's pretty distinctly different, but the old one was obviously much more different than Tom Holland. And yeah, I still think the old one was better, but I'm pretty sure it was a falling out. And they make No Way Home. What? Have you guys seen the trending picture of like people stitching together all the different video game developer apology letters that people post on Twitter and stuff, or that the game devs have been posting on Twitter? I saved one earlier that was quite a few that was really funny to me. It was it's got Cyberpunk, Jedi Survivor, Forspoken, Battlefield 2043, Fallout 76, Redfall, Halo Infinite, and Gollum. And they're all basically the same format. Post it? I'm sure you guys have seen it already today on like Reddit and stuff, but here, I'll post it, yeah. I'll post it in the Discord. But they all kind of follow the same format of like, we apologize that some people, even though it's everyone, some people are having issues with the game's performance. Please rest assured we're doing our best to make sure that we are going to be patching the game to get the game up to our quality standard. Da 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 da. They even misspelled the game's name in the trailer? No way. That's really funny. Just zero quality control. You love to see that. But yeah, there's just like every game developer now. I'm sure they wrote it so long ago knowing the game would be bad. Yeah, I think someone on Twitter said, and I think it was like IGN or something, that they believe that the apology letter is now like a part of like the dev cycle, that it's like just part of like the pre-release PR for every game now is to have that like letter ready and on tap, just like ready to go as soon as people start complaining about it. I wonder how deep is the iceberg of company apology letters? I don't know if it's really an iceberg, necessarily, because they all just, like, have them. They're all just ready to post them, like, ASAP. It's more of an ice sheet, yeah, I guess, because they're all, like, ready to... There's no, like, conspiracy. It's so... what I think is really bad about, like, the Gollum game and stuff is just that, it's still $60. Like, if you know the game is going to be bad, like, how do you have the balls to still release it at $60, like that Gollum game? But, I mean, idiots keep buying it, so it keeps working. So EA is like, yeah, money. Yeah, but you think, like, they would get more money if they released it at $20 or, like, 35 or something. But yeah, I guess there's just enough idiots that keep buying it. Because you also have this, like, weird thing. EA made it. Or yeah, that's true. EA didn't have anything to do with it. But still, like, you got... So then you have the idiots that, like, line up with their shields to defend the company, that it's like, well, they tried. They tried their best. You know? They really did. Trailer for Alan Wake 2? You mean that played during the showcase, or is there a new trailer? Alright. Shall we get going? Oof. Did people get notification for the stream today? Or are people... I guess it's Memorial Day weekend? Maybe people are going on trips or something. Alright. Let's get out of here! So I believe where we're at right now, we've just started the Arimura route, and we've entered our fight with Senri, except this time, I believe at Common Route, this is where Taku used his powers to knock the flames away from Senri, because Arimura, like, pissed herself in fear, and was just like, But it seems now that it's Arimura's route, she has unlocked the ability to become a character, and so she's, like, grabbing Taku and telling him to, like, they gotta fucking run, I believe, just for a small recap. For those of you who missed the end of last stream, or are unfamiliar with the route, that's kind of where we're at right now. Same as Common Route, except now Arimura has awakened. Any theories about not solved things? I guess I don't really know what's not solved. There's nothing that's really not solved. I don't think. I mean, all that we really... There's a lot of stuff we don't know, but it's not like a solved puzzle piece, right? Like, I feel like we don't know about Mio and why she hates the committee. We don't know why she hates Giglomaniacs so much, right? We don't really know Mio's backstory. I'm assuming Mio's backstory is probably something like her lab, her research, her friends, her family, any one of those was destroyed by the committee, and the committee sent Giglomaniacs to do it, to get rid of one of those, insert one of those things. That's probably it for Mio, and then we don't really know a bit about Arimura's backstory. So we'll probably learn about her brother and why that was sad, and her family and stuff during this route, I think. So that's it. Is Chaos Child Syndrome, for example? Is that not solved? They said it's PTSD. Yeah, I kind of thought Chaos Child Syndrome was already solved. It's like PTSD slash Giglomaniacs, or psychics. Created by the, third melt. The game doesn't tell you much about Mio's backstory, they put a lot of that in side material. Yeah. Well, then I don't know. What else Mio will have to do in this game, then, if we don't get her backstory. we're sticking to my theory on who the routes are. Arimura, Mio, Kazuki, and Serika, I think, are the routes we're assuming. Or I was assuming. And then True End will be the wholesome end. I can give you the TLDR about her backstory? Nah, I don't really care. Huh? What are you doing? Hurry! While I hesitated, Arimura ran past the woman and headed toward the street. Why would she ran past the woman with pyro abilities? That seems like an awful strategy. She ran at her? The woman slowly started to stand back up. Ugh. Damn it! I ran after Arimura before the woman could get up. This is already better than common route because we don't have the really awkward telling of Arimura pissing herself. The author got really into that description, and I did not get really into that description. I ran down many different alleyways and turned down several corners. I didn't even know where I was anymore. I just kept running, sure that if I turned back, that woman would be right behind me. The woman with the limp would be right behind you? I ran so far away, and I run so far away, and then I made it to the next chapter, within the eyes that resist the truth and lies. Where's Arimura? Where did she go? How could she run away and leave me behind? How are you getting dusted by Arimura? What? Damn. What the hell's wrong with that woman? Why did I have to go through this? Was it because I'd been investigating the case? Then maybe. You're going to be killed, Taku-senpai. Maybe I should have listened to Arimura's warning. Maybe I should have dropped the case right then and there. Well, it wouldn't have mattered. But back then, I never thought the killer would come after me. And I wasn't trying to catch them. I just thought it was interesting. We were only pursuing the case because it was fun. Damn. Was that just how reality worked? I hadn't done anything wrong. I'd just been doing this for fun. For funsies. It was just a prank, serial killer, bro. God. Was that enough to justify killing me? Killing me? If she killed me, I would die. People die when they are killed. No. Oh, not the Chaos Child. He would die if he was killed. And then he would be no more. There would be no chaos. No. Only child. This is, if people in the stream yesterday thought the best line in the game was, "You are the Chaos Child," this has to be like a top 5 line in the game at the very least. If she killed me, I would die. If I died, I'd cease to exist. I'd disappear. I'd be gone. I wouldn't be able to see anything, hear anything, say anything, eat anything. Everyone would make a fuss at first. Maybe someone would cry. They wouldn't really mean it, and they wouldn't do it for long. Before long, they'd all forget about me. Kurisu, Ito, Kazuki, and even Sarika. What about your siblings? I'd be all alone. In an empty, dark world. No one would remember me. No! No, 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 no! Anything but that! New background CG. I suddenly heard a noise in front of me. Footsteps. Did she get ahead of me somehow? Could I do it again if I had to? The way I dodged those flames. If that was what Arimura said was my power. But how? I knew I had to bring out that sword thing again. The exposition blade. Oh wait, no, that's Sarika's. Sarika's is the exposition blade. But I didn't know how. It wasn't working. I've been able to do it before because I wasn't thinking about it. But when I tried to do it now, the panic won out. And not only could I not use my powers, I couldn't even see the sword. The footsteps kept getting closer. It was no good. I'd have to run. It was all I could do now. My mind knew I had to run. My body wouldn't obey. My legs numb. My heartbeat deafening. Sweat pouring down my forehead got into my eyes, and I didn't even know where I was running to anymore. See, you simply just have to have big bushy eyebrows like I do, Taku, and then the sweat doesn't go into your eyes. The footsteps from behind gradually got closer. They were almost on top of me. Right around the corner. So close. And look, she's right there. Stay away! What? Did Taku have a quarter-life crisis? Yeah. It was the light flashing before his eyes, crisis. Ah! Yeah! Stay away! Stay away from me! Don't come any closer! Hey, it's me! It's me! I flailed my arms and legs out of my attacker, who screamed in a surprisingly cute voice. Arimura? You're safe, senpai? Don't scare me like that. I'm the one who got scared. You just screamed all of a sudden. That's because I thought you were that woman. And wait, what are you doing here? You ran off and left me. Why are you still here? That's what I'm asking. Why'd you run the same direction I did? She might come after me now. Wait a second. Were you planning to use me as a decoy? Wasn't like a plan or anything. It's just how things ended up. What? You? I don't know about that. I bet you really... Shh. Arimura suddenly put her hand over my mouth before I could say another word. I was about to complain, but when I saw the look on her face, I shut up and listened carefully. There was no doubt about it. The saddest part about this is that these two are both so slow and out of shape that the woman with the limp who can barely walk It was like a minute behind them when they were running full speed with adrenaline and fear. She's like going, like keeping up with them. They were able to talk when they reunited for like 2 seconds before she was back. This sound. This time it really was that woman. There was an explosion and a shockwave in the air struck me in the face. I could smell something burning within the black smoke that covered my vision. And beyond it, the woman with empty eyes. Why does this keep happening to me? Now's not the time to think about it. I knew that, but what was I supposed to do? I'll just have to try and use my power again. Is Arimura not gonna whip out her D-sword? I guess Arimura's ability is pretty fucking, like, useless for combat, huh? Can you do it? I don't know. I don't have a choice. I forced my shaking legs to turn toward the woman. Her eyes still as empty as she stared at me. I couldn't sense anything in them at all. I couldn't tell what she was thinking, or why she was doing this. I could tell that her eyes were looking at me. She was after me. Please! Just one more time. One more time! Focus. Focus! Give me power!
Senpai!
Senpai!
Yeah.
Senpai? I can't do it! What do we do, Arimura? What? Don't tell me that now! I thought your powers were always just supposed to activate when things got bad. Maybe things weren't that easy after all. Wait, can't you use your power to do something? Of course I can! Shit! I like that Senri is just like sitting there letting them like freak out, not throwing like fireballs at them during this. I could see the woman raising her hand, slowly, out of the corner of my eye. This was bad. At this distance, if I got hit with those flames, it was going to be really, really hot. No, hotter than hot. I could burn to death. Even if I didn't die, I'd be badly burned. There's no way I'd be okay. They're like that Monty Python scene. Yeah. I needed to find some way to run, but how? A spiral of orange light was forming in the woman's hand. Oh. Did this mean I was gonna die? Was I gonna die here and now? Did dying always feel so unreal? The woman was right on top of us now. A massive whirlpool of flame had formed around her hands. And then she slowly turned her hands towards us. Eh? And then there was a sudden strange sound as the flames flowed backward and struck her in the face. She flailed back and fell to her knees. I looked behind me and saw Arimura was holding a can of hairspray. Arimura might not have expected it to do much, but it worked better than she could have possibly imagined. Huh? Arimura was staring in shock at what just happened. There wasn't time. The woman was slowly starting to look up at us. Arimura's counterattack made her angry. If she came after us again, we'd be dead. So before that happened... We're getting out of here, Arimura! Yeah? Oh. I like all the groans. I picked up the spray can at my feet and flung it at our attacker, then grabbed Arimura by the hand and ran towards the strange woman. She must not have expected that, because fortunately we didn't hear any footsteps right away. I like that she didn't expect that, even though that was literally what they did last time, was like run at her. She won't expect us running at her twice! For now, we needed to lose her and get somewhere safe, where we can hide. But the only place we could hide around here was there. But if she found that place, there's not any time to worry about that. I had to chance it. Senpai, where are we going? This way. I'm assuming back to his place. No background CG. Senpai. What? I can't go on. Hey, what happened to all that courage you had a moment ago? What are you talking about? We're almost there. Keep going. You're out of breath too, though. Did she really have to talk back at a time like this? If we'd give up here, we'll probably die. You understand? I do, but... Arimura was right. My heart was pounding so loud I thought it might burst. In manga and anime, you always gained incredible stamina in situations like this. Evidently, though, that didn't actually happen in reality. Well, it does, actually, but... if you're super out of shape, I guess you only get a little boost. It was impossible for a human being to surpass their limits. That's not true. That actually happens all the time. You always hear people that get like that pure adrenaline rush where they lift like a fucking car. They like tear every muscle in their body when they do it, but they can do it. Maybe I should have exercised more. Well, it's too late for that now. Still, that didn't mean I would give up. Anyway, just hang in there. And? I didn't have the strength left to answer a question. They're wasting a lot of breath talking at each other about this. We just had to keep going. Even a big city like Shibuya had lots of tiny overlapping little alleyways to main streets. And this area was my home, which meant I had the advantage. And it wouldn't be long before. I was right. I could hear sirens. Even in an alleyway, someone was bound to hear all that noise. If the police were here, that woman would have bigger problems than trying to track us down. Okay, now's our chance. Senpai! This way! Wait! I lowered my body to the ground and headed further into the darkness. Who's, like, calling the police? I feel like even if there was a large commotion, no one would really call. Senpai, this is... At this point, I'd be able to find my way there blindfolded. Hey, Senpai, this place is... Shh. Just shut up and come inside. But... just hurry. Is she, like, being all weird about entering his house when there's a pyromaniac following them around? We listened carefully to the sounds around us as we caught our breath. If we heard footsteps, we'd recognize them. We'd hear the sounds of the police sirens in the distance. I hoped the police would catch her and take her away. We just stood there, frozen in prayer as we waited for time to pass. 5 minutes, then 10. It wasn't long, but it felt like an eternity. If she still hasn't come after us now, we're probably okay. I took a deep breath. All the tension drained from my body, and I slowly sat on the ground.
あの、
Are we safe now?
大丈夫でしょうか?
Arimura asked.
多分
I think so.
そうですか。
I see. But still, that woman. Was she the one behind the murders? If so, then what was her connection to the facility under the hospital? Was she acting on her own? There still wasn't enough info to tell.
あの、先輩。
Senpai?
何
What?
もうそろそろ
I think it's okay now.
だからもう大丈夫だってさっき
I
言
already
った
said
じゃ
we're
ないか
safe now, didn't I?
いえ、そういうことではなくてですね。
My hand.
その、
って
Your hand?
はい、ず
Yeah.
っと握ったま
You're
まな
still
の
holding
で。
my hand. Oh. I'd been so desperate to get away from that woman that I hadn't realized it. But it seemed like I'd been holding Arimura's hand the whole time. How lewd. It wasn't just her hand. She and I were incredibly close. Ah! I quickly jumped back. Ew, gross cooties!
こんな暗いところに連れ込んで。
Is the reason you took me into a dark place like this because you want to?
言っておくが
It wasn't deliberate. I didn't mean anything weird by it.
わかってます。
I know
先輩
that.
って見る
You're
から
not
に
the
そう
type.
いうの得意じゃなさそうだし。
What'd you say? How dare you? I'll have you know I'm quite the pervert. I could be the type.
なんていうのかな。
I don't know how to say it.
ほら、
You know,
女の子慣れして
maybe you're
な
not
いって
used
い
to
う
being
か。
around girls.
待て待て待て
Wait. Don't underestimate me. I'm a normie, whether I look like it or not.
リア充
A
で
normie?
すか？
The term didn't seem to mean anything to her. True normies don't know what normie means.
そう
Yeah, you know, a normie. I have a happy, normal life.
って意味
I don't know what you might think about
ア
me,
リメルがどう思
but I know exactly how to act around
女
the
の子の
lady.
扱いについては
っていうか、
Wait, where are
何
we?
なんですかここ。
人の話を
Listen to me! I'm normal, damn it! Normal! Arimura stood up and looked around the dark room. Ah! Ow, I kicked something.
なんか
おいおい
Hey, don't move around and destroy my
家の
home.
中のもの壊すんじゃない
家？
Home?
そうだよ
Yeah,
ここは
this
僕
is
の
my
家
home. Do you know what that
わかるか？
means? It means I
つ
live
まり今
here.
僕が住んでいるところという意味だ
I decided it was probably safe now and turned on the lights.
へえ。
I like their like sarcastic back and forth with each other. They're both just kind of like constantly coming at each other. Arimura looked around my room in surprise. I think I just said that. She seemed a lot less on edge than usual. Probably because she was pretty sure the woman wasn't going to come after us anymore.
喉乾いてるだろ
You're probably thirsty, right? I opened up the fridge and took out 2 plastic bottles and handed one to her.
あ、
Oh,
ありがとうございます。
Thanks. She opened the bottle and took a big swig of it. Yeah, nothing like a good carbonated pop right after running for a long period of time. Nothing like some carbonation to get you right back into it. Arimura is one of the most normal people in the story, probably why people like her. Yeah, I enjoy her. But yeah, it also feels like she has the most like real interactions with Taku, or like this is a normal back and forth, where they're just kind of like giving each other shit as they go. But like in a fun way, I guess. I finally feel alive now, you know? What is this stuff?
何ですかこれ？
マウンテンビューだよ
Mountain View.
知
You
らな
haven't
い
heard of
の
it?
かマウン
It's
テ
the
ン
most
ビューは
highly
日本で
caffeinated
一番
soft drink
カフェイン
available
の
in
含有量
Japan.
が多くて
It acts to
脳の
stimulate the
活性
brain.
作用を促すことにおいては
Imra ignored me, even though I was still in the middle of my lecture, and grimaced with her mouth still full of Mountain View. Evidently, she didn't like it.
ここって
Is
ト
this a
レーラ
mobile
ーハ
home?
ウスですか？
いや、トレーラーハウ
No,
スって
a
いうの
mobile
は
home is specifically a vehicle intended to stay in one place
するのを
most of
目
the
的と
time.
したもので、
It's
ど
best
ちらか
thought
という
of
と
a house.
車輪のついた家
Best
のこ
thought
と
of as a house with wheels.
それに比べてこの家は
But
移
this
動
house
する
is
こと
more
を
of a
目的
vehicle
とし
with
た
living
宿
facilities
泊施設
added.
のついた車と考
It's
え
properly
て、
referred to as a
そうした場合
camper
は
or
キャンピン
RV.
グカーと言った方が正しい。ちなみに一言にキャ
What's
ンピン
more,
グカ
there are
ーとい
several
っても
different types of camping
専用
cars
の
ranging
車
from
体を
those
利
that
用
use
した
special
フルコ
frames
ン
to
トが
convert vans and
バンや
box
ボックス
cars.
カー。
どうして先輩はこんな家に
Why
住ん
are
でる
you
んで
living
す
in a
か？
place like this? But would you let me finish?
宮代先輩って
You're
クル
Kurasu's
先輩
little
と
brother,
兄弟
right?
って
From
い
the
うか
orphanage?
確か
Well,
あれは
that's just what
クルス
Kursu
が
calls
勝手
me.
に弟だって言ってる
Wow.
だけだ。
Well, we did live there together
ま
for
あ
several
何年
years.
か同じ施設で育ったのは確かだけど。
I would have preferred she didn't ask any more questions. If she asked, I'd have to tell her about what happened.
ふーん
Hmm.
そうなんすね。
Huh?
そうなんすね。
Is that all? You're not gonna ask
聞か
me?
ないのか。
I like that he's like, man, I hope she doesn't ask. And then she doesn't ask, and he's like, wait! You're supposed to ask! So I can be all edgy and mysterious. I can't talk about my dark past. Wait, you have to ask me about it.
何をですか？
Ask you what?
だから
About
僕とクルス
me
の
and
関係
Kursu,
と
or
か、
why I'm living
なんで
here.
僕だけここで暮らし。
聞きませんよ。だって
You don't
先
want me to,
輩
do you?
聞かれたくないでしょ？
どうしてそう思う？
Why do you think that? Oh, maybe.
もしかして
Maybe it was her power?
残念ながら違います。
Unfortunately, that's
私の
incorrect.
能力は
My power
た
can
だ
only
その
tell if
人の
someone's
言葉が
lying.
真
You
実かどうかわ
know?
か
Can't
る
tell me
だ
what
け
they're
で
thinking.
相手が何を考えてるのかまではわかりま
And
せ
how
ん
did
か
she
ら
know?
でもその代わりに
I've become
人
pretty
の気持
sensitive
ち
to
っ
how
ていう
people
の
are
に敏
feeling.
感になって
I can kind of figure out what a
だ
person
から
is
その
thinking.
人が何を考えてるかっていうのはなんとなくはもちろんそれ
Of
も
course, it's
わ
easier
か
to
りや
tell
すい
with
人
some
と
people
わ
than
かりに
others.
くい人とがいますけど
つまり僕は
In
分か
other
りやすい
words,
ってことか。
it's easy to tell with me.
さあどう
I
でしょう
couldn't say.
冗
Don't try to
談を言
fool
っても
me.
らっちゃ困るな。
My thoughts are so
僕の思考は
complicated
複雑
and
で
intricate,
ち
it
ょっ
would
と
be
やそっとか
impossible
思
to
考を
guess
読むなん
them.
てできないはずだ。
へえ
なんだ
What?
いえ自分では本気でそう
I'm
思っ
just
てるんだ
surprised
な
you
って
really believe that.
自分ではって
What does that mean?
それじゃあさっきの
Can I
話
ask you what we
聞
were
いてもいい
talking
ん
about
ですか
before?
それは
Well, maybe it was easy to tell what I was thinking.
じゃあその代わり
Can I ask
別
you
のこと
something else?
聞いてもいいっすか？
別のこと？
Something else?
先輩って
You're a
リア充
normie,
なんで
right?
したよね。
そう、その
That's
話だ
right.
よ。
That's what I was talking about before. I'm a normie, so I know how to talk to a girl.
リア充って
Do normies read
こういう
magazines
本
like
読む
this?
ものなんすか？
Imura picked up one of the magazines scattered at her feet.
クールキャットプレス。
Cool
女の子
cat
との
presso.
出会いからエッチま
Everything
で
from meeting a girl to getting laid. I quickly reached out to grab it, but she dodged me.
なになに
Let's
南
see.
方健二先生僕は彼女がで
Kenji
きません
sensei, I can't get a
どうすればいい
girlfriend.
ですか
What do I do?
女を
Just bring her to your room and pin her down. She'll do whatever you want.
読むなってば。
Don't read it. I reached out my hand again to grab the magazine. But I'd run so far and was exhausted that even that was enough to throw me off balance. And as a result...
う
Oh, there's delusions in the routes? Why is she looking at me that way? I don't remember. Did Chaos Head have delusions in the routes? Wait, why positive only? You have to get true end for this route? Wait, what? We could just do negative and then reload for positive? I like that it's just called Hine chapter. You have to do positive to get to the end of the route? Oh, really? Oh, yeah, you do. Okay. Negatives give bad end. Oh, that's it? Is it like a scene that's worth watching, or just do positive? No, like it's not worth watching. Okay. Just give bad end after? Okay. Alright. Why is she looking at me like that? Wait, this is just like...
まさか先輩
Senpai, you don't... I don't... Wait. Did I really not? Well... If you pin a woman down, she'll do whatever you want. And she actually wanted you to. I didn't believe it, but... Maybe it was true and I just didn't know it. Maybe. Actually, there was a whole special on it, wasn't there? It was the July 1999 issue, I think. That bratty little girl a year or two younger than you is actually just waiting for you to make a forceful move. A forceful move. That meant.
そうだよ。
That's right.
実は全て僕が
I'm actually responsible for everything that happened.
え
Huh?
全部
Everything?
と言ったら全部だ。
I mean everything.
あの
Including that woman back there.
え
What?
じゃあ
Then you
私
told her
たち
to
が襲わ
attack
れた
us?
ことも先輩が
Why?
でも
決まってるだ
To
ろ。
bring you here, of course.
君をここに連れ込むためだ。
I grabbed her by the wrists and pinned her to the bed.
私をここに
To bring me here.
それって
Does that
つまり
For some reason, Armor didn't resist. She just stared back into my eyes.
わかるだろ
You know what that means, right?
そんな
I can't
ま
believe
さ
you're
か
the kind
宮
of
代
person
先
who
輩が
would
そ
do
んなこ
that.
とする人だったなんて
Why is a teenager from 2015 reading magazine articles from the 90s? An excellent question. Despite what she said, her eyes were dewy and shining in the light of the fluorescent light bulbs. And as proof.
でも
But I like guys who are
そういう
forceful
強
like
引
that.
な人す
Cool Cat Press was right! All hail Cool Cat Press!
有村
Arima,
先輩
senpai,
来て
take me. And they fucked.
なんてある
That's
わけ
not
ないよ
happening. Bro! Why not? Didn't I think about doing this once before? Man, I never learned, do I?
先輩早くどいてくれないと
If you don't get off
大
me,
声出
I'm
し
going
ま
to
すよ
scream.
ごめん
Sorry. Damn, rejected hard. I left off her and started to grab the magazines off the floor.
その雑誌
Those magazines.
これは違うんだ
These aren't what they look like. I screwed up. I never imagined a younger girl would see these.
違うって何がです
What does it
か
look like?
だから
They. Oh right. No matter what kind of excuse I came up with, Arimura would realize it was a lie. Gigalomaniacs. What an obnoxious power.
「何笑ってるんだ
What are you
よ
laughing at?
ほんと先輩ってわかりやすい
Just
な
thinking
と
you're
思っ
really
て
easy to figure out.
悪かったな、わかりやすくて。
Sorry for being easy to understand.
別に悪くはない
Nothing
で
to
す。
apologize for.
私にとっては
Makes
そ
it
の
easier to
方が
spend
付
time
き合い
with
や
you.
すいですし。あ、付き合う
I
っ
don't
て
mean
言っても
spend time with
別
you
に
like
変
in
な
a
意味じゃ
weird
ない
way
です
or
から
anything.
ね。
I like that you can tell these are high schoolers, because this is like some basic shit that you would clarify like in high school, like all the time. Like, because everyone's just so fucking insecure and doesn't understand emotions or feelings in high school. Like, this is just some shit high schoolers clarify. But like, by the time you're an adult, like, no one clarifies this. Ever. Like, you don't need to say this kind of shit anymore. But when you're a teen, you're like, oh, I like hanging out with you, but not like a weird hangout with you. Like, what does that even mean? You know? But teens say that stuff all the time. Some people never grow out of it. I guess that's true, yeah. Some people always are in that stage. But this is definitely like peak teenager stuff. Yeah, sure, I spend time with you, but it's not like weird. You know? It was always dumb for me since middle school. Yeah, that's just like a total like teen behavior. All the teens do this, but that's just because that's part of growing up, right? Like, everyone's like insecure. Some people might be more confident and not vocalize how insecure they are, but every teenager is insecure. And no one really has like a full understanding of their emotions or like how to respond to things. Communication's good, but it's funny in retrospect. Yeah, but like, it's like, you know, something that you wouldn't need to clarify as an adult. Like, people would just understand when you say something like, as an adult, when you're just like, you're easy to spend time with. Like, you could just say that as a flat statement as an adult. But teenagers, like, always gotta elaborate. You know? Or even when you're a teen and you're, like, telling people they're, like, oh, yeah, we're friends, man. We're really good friends. But not, like, it's not weird that we're friends. Like, no. Fucking course it's not weird that you're friends. Oh, yeah, man. Like, I like hanging out with you. But, you know, it's something to do, I guess. I guess that's more guys, though, but still. You don't need to tell me that. I know. Even I wasn't dumb enough to misunderstand that. I sure hope so. And see, even this stuff too, right? Like, people are like at that level of immaturity and insecurity where like they can't handle like rejection. If like Arimura is very clearly like, I'm not super into you like that, she's got to like double down. Like, well, I would hope you know. Like, why? You don't need to double down on it. That's not a slam on. I think that's actually a good thing for the writing in this game. That's not a slam on the writing of this game. I think this is like accurate to how teenagers behave, is what I mean. And guys especially, yeah, are super weird about it. There are a lot of people that are friends, but also very intimate, so it's like they're a couple, but they're not. Yeah, but I feel like those people are just genuinely more comfortable with themselves and each other. And, like, I still have, like, moments sometimes where I'm, like, awkward with people, for sure, but, like, it definitely is a much lower amount than when I was a teenager. I'm definitely more, like, confident in what I'm doing and what I'm saying and who I am than when I was a teenager. Which is funny, because when I was a teenager, I outwardly acted more confident than I do now. But I think that's, you know, that level of projection when you're a teen where it's like, I have to act confident and cocky all the time, so that way I am confident myself. Even though, like, your confidence is just kind of hanging by a thread when you're, like, 14, 15. But I think I'm more confident myself now, despite, like, not, like, outwardly being, you know, as cocky as I used to be when I was a teenager. But as a teenager, I would, vocally state how cool I was all the time. Oh yeah, I'm super cool. I do, I'm just really smart. Because I'd have to make sure people knew that about me. Nowadays, it's like, yeah, okay. I am what I am. Same thing with an indirect quick kiss and the 12-year-old movie tropes. Like, why does this matter? Well, I just see someone act like that in real life. Yeah, I mean, that's just because people are so self-conscious that they don't know how to express their emotions. Like the indirect kiss makes people insecure because they want to like move forward in the relationship, but they don't know how to state it. So like, the indirect kiss makes teens all flustered and stuff. I like gossip. Well, I respect that you like gossip, Francisco. Those people are probably just friends with benefits. I've had those relationships before where like I was like I didn't date this girl, but we were really close, and we would just kind of be passionate, I suppose. And well, I think passionate's probably a weird way to say it, but like we would have fun. Like if we were just friends, but if we were at a party together and the moment struck, then the moment struck, but we weren't dating. But things like that. Armor slowly stood up and looked out the window. You could still hear the faint noises of police and fire truck sirens in the distance. Come to think of it, I'd already forgotten I'd almost died out there. Why? Well, there was no need to ask why. It was because of Arimura. I was here alone and probably still be shaking. I wasn't trying to say that after what happened, Arimura was now someone special to me or anything like that. But in the past few hours, the thick wall between the two of us felt like it had gotten a little thinner. See, again, this is like a teenager thing that you would need to clarify. I'm not saying Arimura is special to me or anything. Okay. Near-death experiences or big traumas like bring people closer together. Human relationships are more complicated and more simple than what they seem like when you're little, yeah. For sure. Because people just don't know. And people also just don't know like how to respond to certain emotions. Like I used to be a very angry person. I mean, I'm still angry, that still comes through. But as I've gotten older, like I manage my anger much better than when I was a teen. Because I know like what anger feels like. When you're young, I feel like that's kind of an emotion that can just take over you, and you don't really like understand why. But like when you're older, you can kind of start to understand like when you're becoming angry and frustrated, and you can like temper it. And it's, I mean, same thing like in love, where you can like understand, infatuation and like process your feelings correctly for somebody. But then when you're a teen, you just don't understand what the fuck those feelings mean. And you don't understand. And the hormones calm. Well, yeah, I think probably the hormones calming down helps as well. But, like, just understanding, like, how that works. For me, the thing that finally helped my, my anger issues was, like, understand when I took, like, my psychology classes and, like, really understood like how some different emotions make you react. I started to become more like consciously aware of like processing my emotions and things like that. Because I used to immediately like go right to aggression and anger. Bark things out, say things I didn't mean to say. You buy a therapy session, we have to ask questions. You can if you want. I have a psych degree. I can't, like, legally replace, like, a therapist for you, but, I mean, I can help if you guys ever need anything. I'm always down for Q&A or questions about your life, thoughts, feelings, emotions. I'm always here. That's what we're here for, to chat. But yeah, I mean, like, when I was a teen, I would say shit like that all the time. Like, I would get mad at someone, and, you know, I couldn't temper my anger or frustration, and, like, someone would be irritating. I'd be like, could you just shut the fuck up? God, you're so annoying. You know, like, that's something you would say when you're, like, not in charge of your anger. But it's something now that I would be able to, like, temper and not say to somebody and not just be rude as shit. And I mean, sometimes I still get angry, but sometimes now I do it for show. Like when I'm streaming or whatever, I'll get like I'll let myself get really mad at a game or something for the performance. But that's about it. It used to be real bad. You can see in some of my earlier videos on the channel when you could still see I was still pretty angry at stuff. Like some of my early Yu-Gi-Oh videos. You could hear me, like, smashing things. I was a really angry person that reacted every when someone called me names, and then I stopped when I was, like, 12 and 13. Well, it's impressive that you got a handle on that much earlier. A lot of people don't get a handle on that by the time they're 12 or 13. What can someone do if they feel like their life is meaningless? Well, everyone kind of defines their own meaning, right? So just kind of sit down and think about what it is you want to do. What is something you can't see a path ahead? Yeah, I mean, sometimes there doesn't have to be a path, right? Just think about things that make you content and happy rather than the path forward. If you feel like your life's meaningless, figure out what you'd want out of life. Do you want meaning? Or would you just want to be content? You know? Find things that make you comfortable and then it makes it easier for you to see a path forward. Also, I mean, even if you're young, it's harder to really have like a path forward. Sometimes you need that moment of inspiration before there's a click for like, oh yeah, I do want to do this later on. But I think it would be more important to like be content with where you're at first before you focus on what's the path forward. Figure out what's bothering you and what you want before you look ahead. Wise words. Every once in a while I'll have my moments. If people ask me things that are reasonable, I can have more moments. But most of my I feel like most things people ask me are about video games, so you can never really sound too smart when you're talking about video games. Thank you. Hey, no problem, man. What's the square root of infinity? 42. Yeah, I'm always down. I always wanted to do like a Q&A stream, but like I always kind of like realized that that's just kind of like every stream. Because it's not like there's any stream where I wouldn't address anything people ask me. Like literally anything. I'm always down to talk about whatever every stream, obviously. People are just like, yo, I want to ask you this. Like, go for it. What's the meaning of life? There is none. To just live your life. You don't need meaning. Streaming games would get super monotonous if we didn't have people to talk to. Yeah. I used to, just record videos. I did that for several years, where I would just commentate to myself. And it's like a give and take, right? Because like your videos seem funnier when you do that. Because like, I mean, obviously you can see when you look back at some of my Yu-Gi-Oh videos that would get like 20, 30, 40,000 videos or views, right? So like, they're funnier when you commentate to yourself because you can focus on just doing commentary, but it is a bit more boring. Like, those videos are definitely like, yeah, I guess like they're higher quality because I'm focused on just making jokes and commentating and stuff. So, and then I can edit around those jokes or whatever. So yeah, it's like, it's still monotonous, but like the video I guess is better because it makes it easier to like edit things into like being funny and stuff. But I enjoy streaming better than I ever enjoyed making videos. Frederica? I totally probably butchered your name. Feel free to correct me in the chat. Have you been enjoying CC? Yeah, I have. I always enjoy streaming this game, especially too. Just talking with everybody. And the Psy adventure community we've built up here is always really fun. Haley answered for life. Why can't games be released finished? An excellent question, very topical question. And the answer is, honestly, at this point, it's because people buy it still. That's all there is to it. No Man's Sky was the blueprint. Early access and No Man's Sky. The second that No Man's Sky came out and everyone bought it, and then that was when every developer realized, okay, we can have this budget to complete 75% of the game. We release it, and then the community reinvests in the last 25% of the budget. So the second that happened, and every like publisher realized they could like not have to go to investors to invest in the game, but go to the community to invest in the game, it was over. Because that allows you to get more money, right? Like, you can talk to all these investors, like, oh, I need this much money, this much money, this much money. And that investor money, or like your own capital that that the companies have, right? Like, they own their own capital, used to be like the limit of their budget, but now they can stretch that onto the consumer. Of like, what used to be 100% of the game's budget can now be 75% of the game's budget. And then they release the game, people buy it, and then that it reinvests into the last like 25% of their budget. Or they can use that 25% to pad their own salary or whatever. Why would devs waste time finishing the game when people buy it anyway? Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Calming down in middle school could be related to why I also realized how dumb those self-conscious actions are. Yeah, for sure. Which are AAA games, but short and super replayable. I think also part of it is not just that games can't be released finished anymore, but the bloated style of games, like that open world style of game, allows you to hide janky, unfinished mechanics better, right? Because if the map is huge and you just have to spend a lot of time walking around, not really doing stuff, it can hide the fact of how empty the game is, right? When you've got this massive open world to like eat up your time, and you gotta like craft your weapons and stuff, it makes it easier to hide that your game is unfinished and doesn't really have that much content as compared to the old style of games that was like the concise, this is the level, you have this map, and you're supposed to go through the map. If there were like faulty mechanics or like not really a lot to the game in that old style of game, it would be much easier to notice that the game was like soulless in the middle of that. Why the fuck does YouTube have dumb features? Why can I just constantly send hearts and flushed emojis on the stream? That's, YouTube just inhales features from other sites. That's like a TikTok thing and a Facebook Live thing, where people are watching on their phones, so they constantly need to tap on their phone and like send the emojis over. It's like it's to keep you like focused on the screen, because you can now interact with the screen, so people like don't leave the screen because they're not doing anything. And so YouTube added that feature because other social media things do that. You went to a psychologist in middle school? Well, that's good. Someone to talk to about things. A lot of people justify the damn thing with at least it works. That's just the state of where it's at, right? Like, so many games come out busted, where they're like, fuck it. Like, hey, this one works, even though it's not good. As long as people, like, as long as the game doesn't just straight up crash on people, they're like, hey, this is one of the good ones. It stays loaded. It's a sad state of affairs that we're at now for games. I was a psychologist in middle school? That's huge. That is very huge. Ugh. Oh, my throat started hurting. Apparently, The Last of Us multiplayer is in dev hell. That shit's canceled, dude. That shit's so canceled. That's not making it to release. That is not making it to release. There's just no way. It's not that there aren't a lot of great games out, it's just they get buried behind all this shovelware and trash. Well, yeah, it's because every game's gotta have, like, the Season Pass, Battle Pass, microtransactions, like, layered into it, and it really bogs down the game. I've been eating good by playing smaller games, yeah. But I saw the rumor right now that, like, basically Sony bought that, like, contract with Bungie to evaluate all their, like, multiplayer services and stuff. And the rumor is that Bungie evaluated it and was kind of like, why would anyone play this? And then they were like, oh fuck. And they went back to the drawing board. They're reevaluating and moved a lot of devs to other projects. Yeah, if developers get moved to other projects, that's like almost that's like one of the nails in the coffin. It's not the final nail, but devs getting moved to other projects is not good. Plus, a lot of like major Sony insiders are also saying it's probably just going to get canceled. That Greg Miller was also talking about it being canceled today as well. Like, it's probably going to get canceled, and I think it'll get canceled. But it got delayed. The statement they put out today was that it's getting indefinitely delayed, which is like also not a good sign. I think they just don't want to draw in the heat. I think it was probably like near ready to release, honestly. But then like Bungie came in and evaluated it, and now they don't want to like drop it, especially in a time period where so many games have come out in a short period of time. Like, again, with like all these like busted games coming out, like people are just at their limit for busted games, and I think Naughty Dog is scared if they had dropped it, people would be like, okay, Naughty Dog just doesn't put out good games anymore. And I think they're worried about losing that reputation, so I think they're just going to shelve it. Because I would bet it probably was going to be ready to be released, like, in the fall. But Sony got that contract with Bungie, and Bungie, like, evaluated it and was like, dude, this is going to fucking bomb. And because I think Redfall and Gollum, I unironically think is kind of like the tipping point for where the consumer will finally be ready to be like, okay, whatever studio like releases the next broken game is going to get like fucking dogpiled on. Because we're finally getting to the point too where a lot of the big game journalist things are actually starting to review games poorly. Like, that's how you know it's getting bad. Because like IGN and GameSpot and a lot of these big networks are finally starting to be like, okay, this game fucking sucks. Like, Redfall actually got reviewed pretty poorly by like major networks. So I think we're kind of at that point now where like, because game journalists, I feel like, sometimes rate games highly because they're afraid of like fans or the company reacting negatively. But I think the general consensus of gamers is that they're sick of these kind of broken games. So now games journalists feel like they can rate these games poorly and have the PR and have like the general like consensus backing them. So I think the tables are kind of turning on that finally, and I think Redfall was the tipping point. Because Redfall was such a big production that bombed horribly. They had my brain checked literally. I had to get something on my head connected. Like a sleep test type deal, Liz? That's interesting. I don't see how these companies saw Tears of the Kingdom come out and were like, yeah, our product can complete. I don't think they could compete with Tears of the Kingdom. I think they sent the game out up against Tears of the Kingdom in hopes of, like, avoiding negative PR. I think they know that the game is going to come out half-baked and there's no real way to salvage it, so they release it next to Zelda so people will just forget about it. You know? It's like when you, like, have a bad press conference, or like if you've got bad news, you break it on like a Friday evening, so like journalists aren't working on the weekend to like report on the bad stories. I think that's why you release like a Gollum next to Tears of the Kingdom, is because you just kind of want to be like, we're sorry, this sucks, and then people just go back to playing Zelda and they can be like, well, we got some money out of it. Instead of like if you release it in a vacuum, like you release a Gollum by itself, then people will remember for a long time, because it's like, well, the only fucking game I could play in May was Gollum and it sucked. But like if you put Gollum out with Zelda and people like go back and they think about like May, people are like, oh yeah, Zelda was great. That came out in May. What else came out in May? Nothing important. Like, I think that's the goal. Like, Microsoft released Redfall like a week before Zelda, so they'd get like that week of bad press. Like, people would really hound on it, and then gone. Like, that should have been a major conversation, Redfall, honestly, about how bad that game was. But Zelda came out and everyone forgot. But like a mainline game from Xbox, Microsoft, that had like several $1 million invested in it by a big studio that Microsoft owns, totally flopping, that should have been a big story. But everyone forgot about it. Electrophiliogram. It's used for sleep disorders. Yeah, I knew it. Look at me, flexing my psych knowledge. But yeah, that's my thoughts on... To circle back, that is my answer to Wandering's question as to why can games not just be released finished anymore. Basically, money. I'm surprised Phil Spencer apologized for it. Phil Spencer apologized for it to not throw the studio to the wolves. Because it's a big studio that they spent money on, right? Arcane Studios is a big studio. They have a lot of big games. And if Phil didn't apologize for it, whatever Arcane chooses to make next is going to, get a lot of negative press. But now they have the scapegoat. Because Phil Spencer apologized for it, it changes a lot of the PR discussion about it, where they can be like, well, maybe Arcane's next game will be good. They really just got stonewalled by Big Daddy Microsoft. It could have been good if you just let Arcane do what Arcane does. So I think that's why Phil Spencer apologized for it. It's because now you got people that are like, just the suits got involved, when really I think it was just Arcane letting the game get away from them. Do a TED Talk? I'd love to do a TED Talk, man. I would love to speak to an audience and stuff about, like, different subjects. I feel like I'd have a couple things that I would actually be able to really talk about. And, like, have logic and stuff behind it. I know quite a bit about, like, marketing and sales and stuff like that, so I can apply it to the game industry and see, like, and, like, kind of put into perspective why a lot of developers are doing things. I didn't realize he put out an apology. Yeah, he went on a gaming podcast to apologize for, like, Xbox's, like, slate of, like, bad games lately. And then they basically just keep going, Starfield's gonna change it. But if Starfield comes out like a bomb, dude, that's gonna be rough for Microsoft. I think you'll see a major shakeup in Microsoft's, like, gaming division if Starfield bombs. Or I guess now that it bombs, it's gonna sell like hotcakes regardless. But if it comes out buggy and not functional, and it's being made by Bethesda, so I'm very excited to see how it turns out. But I think if Starfield comes out buggy, you're gonna see a big shakeup in the games industry. I really think so. I think that'll be the tipping point. Because Microsoft has literally got, like, billions of dollars invested in this. And there's gonna just be a massive tipping point if Starfield comes out, like, broken. If it isn't, like, just a clean hit, it's gonna be bad. For the whole industry, not just Xbox. I think it might be almost an ET equivalent event. I'm gonna say it. That's my thoughts on it. It'll be bad. And I think it'll be bad. I don't think it's gonna come out functional. I took some tests for being antisocial. Not caring about, like, what people say about you and stuff like that are symptoms of being antisocial. But yeah, years ago they used to just kind of dismiss a lot of those symptoms if people were smart. A lot of times developmental issues with children get dismissed as long as the child can function in class. Shall we continue? There we go. There was a good we got a good half-hour tangent there. A little bit about psychology, a little bit about emotions, a little bit about gaming. And that sums up my live streams, where we talk about those exact things. And I talk about these at every stream. I think the Zelda streams that I've been doing lately are also a lot like these visual novel, like Chaos Child streams, because there's a lot of like just not really like focused gaming during Zelda, and I'm just kind of wandering around the map and exploring, which lends to a lot of like downtime where I can talk about stuff during Zelda too, because it's not like a lot of constant action. I think I'll probably stream some more Zelda this weekend. I'm not really sure, but then again, I think I don't know if I'll stream this weekend too much because of the holiday weekend. I don't know if people will be around. Right. Because it's Memorial Day. That's one of the holidays that I always just, like, forget about. Hey, what's up, Vibin? What are we doing this weekend? I might just stream Zelda. Doesn't seem like people are super into the game nights. Alpha's got things to do. Yeah, I feel like people got things to do for the weekend. Who knows? Welcome to the stream, Vibin. I don't think anyone would be coming to the game night tomorrow night. So I might just stream Zelda instead. Because I asked in the Discord who would play, because Dead by Daylight won the poll for the game night. So I asked who's gonna play with me. And I got a bunch of not me's. So I might just play Zelda. I played some Zelda today where I just I didn't do any of the shrines. But I ran around the map and just discovered a bunch of them, so the next Zelda stream I can just immediately start doing a bunch of shrines, which I think is more interesting than me just wandering around the map. But I'll still have a lot of time to wander around the map and such. Do a Tower of Salem 2 random fill stream? Isn't Tower of Salem, doesn't that actually cost money? No thanks. It's like $10. What? Oh, it came out today. Oh, it came out today in early access. $8 for the new one? Not for long, though. It's currently on sale for its, like, release weekend. Honestly, it looks like Among Us would be better than this. There's, like, way too much crap on screen for this Town of Salem thing. I'm looking at it right now. There's, like, so much on screen. This looks like an over-designed Among Us. Among Us stream this weekend? I don't think so. You'd be down with that? I mean, would people come? I feel like they would not. I feel like the Among Us trend is pretty dead. Right? Could be wrong, but that's how I feel. Time to get everyone's family in chat. Yeah. Bring your friends, folks. The gameplay of Town of Salem is there's factions and different roles for each faction. But doesn't Among Us have roles now? Predates Among Us, and it's a lot more interesting. Yeah. Nah. It also sounds like if there's different factions and stuff, sounds like you would need a lot of people. And I don't think we've got a lot of people to play it. You know? God, I sweat my ass off. I guess I expected it to get cold in my apartment, but it did not. Hang on, I'm gonna turn my AC on real quick. Be right back. Your boy sweating for no reason. Alright. Shall we continue? It's about time for me to leave. Just kidding. I will be streaming for a while. It's like the Mafia tabletop game. I don't know what that is. I've never really played tabletop games that much. I've always been a major video gamer. Can't really think of any physical games that I've played. Besides, like, Monopoly. And Sorry. That's about it. Oh, and checkers and chess. That's it, though. You're leaving? I can't stay here forever. Are you going to tell me I should spend the night here? When you're an only child, it's hard to ever play any of those like board games just because there's not enough players for the most part. Nah. Because you need, like, siblings or cousins or something to fill out the players of all those games, but I don't have either of those. Making fun of me, are you? Don't worry. I'll stick to streets with lots of people. I can't imagine her doing anything with all these police out anyway. She was probably right. But even so... Want me to walk you home? Why? Because I'm worried, of course. Worried? About me? I mean, you're a girl after all. It's a man's duty to walk you home. That's what Cool Cat Press said. Did you get that from a magazine too? No? You're really easy to figure out. I give up. Well, it's part of it. But I really do think it's dangerous out there. What? You're telling the truth, huh? Yeah? Oh, nothing. Thanks for the offer, but I'm alright. Arimura cheerfully walked toward the exit, then stopped and turned around before she got to the door. I feel like you should walk her home anyway. I am a gentleman, I always walked my dates to their car or home. Thanks for your help today. You saved my life. Or at least we'll say you did. With that, adios, gracias! Or how does she say? Gracias! She bowed her head and left. She didn't have to mention the "we'll say" part. Strangely enough, though, it didn't bother me. Anyway. Giglomaniacs, huh? Wild. I'd used some kind of power to control that woman's flames. Arimura said that was my power. But that was the only time I'd been able to use it. Let's try it again. I took a deep breath to compose myself. My power. At first it was so hazy I had to focus to be able to see it at all. But gradually it began to form a definitive shape in front of the corner of my eye, or in the corner of my eye. It was twisted yet beautiful, disgusting yet pure. Its very presence was so overwhelming it was impossible to believe it even belonged to this world. I reached my hand out, fearfully, but I couldn't touch it. What had I done before? That's right. When she'd attacked me with her flames, Was this my... It was just a message. That scared me. From Arimura? Made it home safe. I was surprised she was thoughtful enough to let me know. Either way, I was glad nothing happened. After that, I tried a lot of different ways to strengthen my power, but then at some point, I fell asleep. I wouldn't know until morning what happened to the woman after that. 2005. They said that every person has a single image somewhere in their mind that defines who they are. Do you see the floating emojis? I see the floating emojis if I look at my phone, but if I'm on my PC, I do not see the floating emojis. The floating emojis is a mobile app only feature. You really liked Settlers of Catan? I always heard that was fun, but I never played it. For Arimura, that image was of her family, seated around a dinner table. Her mom, dad, and her brother. The four of them sitting around the table. Baby Arimura, she's so cute. That image, more than anything else, defined the kind of person she was. Her mom and dad both worked, and on weekdays they'd come home later. Sometimes they didn't even come home at all. But she never felt alone. She was never alone, because she had an older brother. Her parents told her when she was born he'd been the happiest boy in the world. But she didn't need to hear that to know how much she meant to her brother. She had always had a pretty face since she was a baby, and she'd always been popular. But her brother loved her more than anyone. Whenever she cried, he'd always try to make her feel better. And when it was time for her to sleep, he'd rock her in his arms. He was in one of the older classes at elementary school, and probably wanted to play with his friends. He had a lot of friends, actually, and every day they'd invite him over. But he'd always turn them down, and come straight home to be with his sister. With her parents working so much, he spent a lot of time alone in the house. He probably didn't want her to go through the same thing. Normally, acting like that would cost him his friends. But that never happened. He was just that good of a big brother. As she got older, she became more and more like a young girl, and her brother loved her even more. Her parents decided she could safely be left in her brother's care, and started to come home even later. Hey, Kevin, what's up, man? But every Sunday, they were home. Sometimes they'd go out somewhere for the day and then come back in the evening and eat at the dinner table. That was the rule at the Arimura household. There was always warm food. Her family was always smiling. That was what happiness meant to her. It was something so natural and normal, she never doubted it. And it was the truth. So that's what happened. Another girl in someone's route? Heresy. Sarika, you can't be here. This is Arimura's route. Hey, Polio. What is up, my dude? Yeah, it was awful. Just can't catch a break. The first thing I did when I got to school the next morning was tell Sarika what happened. I had no way of knowing what happened to that woman after that. Routes are a good excuse to see Sarika in a new light. True. A little late, but I made it. Hey, better late than never, man. I checked the news when I woke up, but not only did I not find a name, I couldn't even find anyone reporting the attack. However, there were a lot of people on social networks talking about that strange woman. After all that chaos, title drop, the police had to have known about her. Still, I didn't know what would happen next. I was a little hesitant to go to school, but I figured she wouldn't be willing to attack me in broad daylight. And since I'd made it here safely, I guess I was right. So what happened then? Well, I took Arimura to my room. Your room? Mean that RV? What else could I mean? Just the two of you? Of course. Not like I was gonna bring the woman who tried to kill us. I see. Felt like she was implying something. What are you grinning about? I mean, you alone with a girl in your room? That's amazing, isn't it? How rude. I've told you this 1,000 times. I'm a normie. This is nothing for me. I bring girls home all the time. But have any other girls been to your room since you moved there? Many times. Any who weren't me or Kurisu? See? It was your first time, right? Right? Shut up. So, did something happen? Sarika's voice dropped into a conspiratorial whisper as she grinned at me. What do you mean, something? Don't be silly. You know what I mean. Of course not. We were almost killed. We had bigger things to worry about. I actually feel like that would be exactly when something happened. Emotions would be at an all-time high. The adrenaline, the hormones. Come on. I bet you liked it. I do not. Who do I spy with my little eye? I turned around and saw Arimura waving at us. Arimura? Yep, it's me, Arimura! Taku-senpai! Ciao! Yeah. I thought ciao meant bye. Is she using it wrong, or can it be used both ways? Oh no, it can be used both ways. Wild. Armor was acting nothing like the way she did last night in my room. I wasn't sure how to deal with that. I guess she's always like this at school.
セリもチャオス
Ciao to you too, Serica. I feel like her character sprite looks so much different here. I think I'm just overthinking it. I guess it's got a white filter over it because of the sunlight.
チャオスひなちゃん
Ciao, Hina. I guess she didn't hear what we were talking about. Time to change the subject.
で
So,
一体何が違うって
You
言
didn't
うん
what?
ですか
もしかして聞いて
Did
た
you hear what we were saying?
まんざらでもな
About
い
you
違
liking
う
something?
とか
Or maybe
何
not
の話
liking
だったんですね
What were you talking about?
教えてくだ
Come
さ
on,
い
tell me.
よいいでしょねそれがね
Well, you see.
実は
違うんだ
I
別に大し
didn't.
た話じゃなく
It's
て
nothing important.
ふーん
Her voice was chipper, but her eyes weren't laughing. There's no way I could lie to Arimura.
そのただ
We
昨
were
日の
just
話をしてた
talking about yesterday is all.
昨日の
Yesterday? Yeah,
昨日の
yesterday.
うん
I
そうです
see.
か
That must have been good enough for her. I'd expected her to be more suspicious. That's right. Arimura could only tell if I was lying or telling the truth. In other words, I was safe as long as I didn't tell her everything. Maybe I could use that with Arimura in the future.
そうだ
Oh, right, Taku, look at this.
先輩これ見てください
The
よ
sunlight is actually causing like a virtual glare in my eye. Arimura gently rubbed her hair, which she tied up to the side.
髪がどうかしたのか
Did you do something with your hair?
わかりません
Can't you tell?
ほらここ
Here, look.
髪の毛の
I got
ここ
fried
ここ
after what happened last
昨
night.
日のあれでチリチリボーンになっちゃう
どこ
Where? I got closer to look, but I couldn't really tell.
ほらここ
Look,
っす
right
よ
here.
ここ
How could he not tell? Oh, you're right.
本当だ
That's not a big deal,
でもこのくら
right?
い大したこ
I
と
mean, she'd have to like trim her hair where it got like burnt. Those split ends, bro.
ああなんすかなんす
Not
か
a
その
big
言い
deal,
方
my good sir.
女子の髪の毛を
Don't
何
you
だって
realize
思
how
ってん
important
で
a
す
girl's
か
hair is to her?
大体先輩がさっ
That's
さ
your
と
fault for
何
not
とかして
dealing
く
with
れない
that
から
woman
ですよ
sooner.
何言ってんだそんな
That's
の
not even
ただの
remotely
言い方だ
fair. Right,
なあお
Onaway?
前
ふんふん
Onaway?
先輩
Senpai?
セリどうしちゃっ
What
たん
happened
で
to
すか
Serica?
ああこいつ昔
She's
からこういう
always like
ところ
this.
が
Don't worry about it.
気にしないでくれ
She was probably thinking about something stupid again. But if I asked her, I'd probably have a mess on my hands.
ふん
Oh, right.
そうだ
Actually,
それより
Taku,
宮島
about your
先輩
power.
例の能
She
力
was
のこと
whispering,
ですけ
so
ど
I whispered too.
なあそのことなら僕の方からも
例の能力って
Power.
もしかし
You
て
mean the one where you
あ
can
の
see
ペ
that
ンが
sword?
見えるとかいうセリ
Hey,
誰が
you
聞
don't
い
know
て
who
るか
might be
わかん
listening.
ないん
Don't
だから
talk so
そ
loud.
んな大きな声で
Sorry.
それで先輩
Anyway, senpai.
ああ実
Yeah,
は
I've learned it to
少しだ
control
けど
it a little.
コントロール
Maybe.
できるようになってきた
それ
Does
で
that mean you have
タ
a
クも不
mysterious
思議
power
な
too?
力が使えるようになったってことセリ
Oops. After what happened yesterday, I've been exhausted, but I did what I could to learn more about my power. It looked like I needed to use someone else's brain to make my delusions real, so I asked Gen to be my guinea pig. Knowing Gen, he'd be so drunk he'd forget about it after a day or so. And as a result,
ちょっとくらい軽いもの
I
で
can
も
move
動かせる
things
よ
that aren't too heavy.
ちょっとくらいって
Well, how light are we talking?
石と
Like a
かです
rock?
か
いや
No, a little tinier, maybe. Like your skirt.
じゃあ
Got a
ノートと
notebook
か
in it?
23ページくらいなら
A couple pages.
何それ
The only thing you could use for that is flipping up girls' skirts.
使えない じゃん。
How'd I know the game was gonna bring that up? How'd I know?
今はまだ大したことないか
Might
もし
not
れ
be
ないけ
anything
ど
special right
そ
now,
のうちもっ
but
と大きい
eventually
も
I'll
の
be
だ
able
って
to
動
move
かせる
stuff
よう
that's
になるって
heavier. Sarika, you jerk. I tried. But still, flipping up skirts, huh? I never thought of that. I'd overlooked that. What a brilliant idea. How many times does this come up in the game? This is like the 4th time, isn't it? 4th or 5th? They really reuse this plot point a lot. At least have some variety. Pop the top open or something. But I couldn't do it here. I thought this might be a good chance to show off my powers. And what's more, Sarika, this is your fault to begin with. Do you know how hard I worked just to move one tiny object? I'd barely gotten a wink of sleep last night. It was the least she could do for all the effort. Someone on the team definitely had a thing for it. Yeah, what's that meme? The author's barely disguised fetish. I think that's what it's called. What's that? The writer's barely disguised fetish. Yeah, what's that from? It's the opening from the sitcom Police Squad. That's funny. ProZD. It's definitely, yeah, it's definitely like ProZD made a video like parodying it, but it's definitely older than his videos. But yeah, he definitely made a video like making fun of it for sure. But it doesn't originate from like any of his content. Its origins is a 1980s sitcom. Yeah, we were just I just said it. It was a Police Squad. But it became a relevant meme a while ago. So that would definitely, the underskirt thing is definitely a barely disguised fetish of one of the Chaos Child writers for sure. At this point, I wouldn't even say it's disguised. It's pretty blatant. This is like I said, this is like that 4th or 5th time Taku starts flipping up some girls' skirts. Which isn't that like a legitimate problem in Japan? They probably shouldn't be glorifying this.
Taku?
Taku? Because I always wonder, is that a rumor? Or, like, isn't it actually illegal to turn, like, the camera flash noise off on your phone? Uh, is that just, like, a myth or true? Can't turn camera flash off. Yeah, I mean, Google says it's true, but still. Must be true. Not where I live. You don't live in Japan, do you, Liz? Yeah, like I remember reading the iOS, like on the iPhone, comes like with the modified version in Japan that can't turn it off because it's against the law. Because that was like such a prevalent issue where people were harassing women by taking underskirt shots. And this is why we should just abolish skirts in school uniforms. Easy. Let the women wear pants. Taku. I see, I see. If you really want to see it, then I'll show you. Taku senpai? It's too late for regrets now. Curse your own foolishness for giving me the idea. No one can stop me. I concentrated. A terrible, beautiful Excalibur appeared in the corner of my eye. Very fitting that the same theme song that starts playing for the first time when Kurisu dies also plays for this moment. The power welled forth from deep within me. Also fascinating that why do the side routes get so much more budget than the common route? Come, Excalibur. Give me my power. Behold! This is my Gigalomaniac ability. My power! It made sense in Chaos Head because it was released later. But yeah, why do the side routes have a much bigger budget in Chaos Child? I feel like that should have been an animation in Common Route somewhere in a serious moment. Not for this. But I guess, I mean, when you think about it, all the, like, underskirt shots in this game have the biggest budget. So again, the writer's barely disguised fetish. Someone else in the dev team that had control of the animation budget was also like, should we give a big animation for the Serika and Arimura fight? No. Well, where should we put some of the big scenes? Every time Taku flips skirts, it's where they should be. That's where all the animations should go. But isn't the Arimura or the Serika Kurisu fight? That's a really big emotional moment. Now, just make the character sprites move across the screen. Pan them out. Okay. What about the positive delusion in Arimura's route? Yes. Give that the animation. My power lifted up the skirt of every single girl in the school. No! What's going on? You can try to hold your skirts down, but it won't work. No one can stop me. Did you see that? This is my... And this is Taku Senpai's. This is Taku's. That's right. My power! The scene around me was something out of a nightmare. No, a most wonderful dream. The original writer wrote the delusions? Yeah, I know, but I mean, like, someone in the animation department also, or someone in control of the animation budget also agreed with the writer's fetishes. Taku, stop! Every girl in the school was walking around with their skirts blown up now. Well, do you understand now? Yes. You're amazing, Taku-senpai. Will you do whatever I tell you now? Yes. We'll do whatever you say.
わかった。
Alright.
だったら許して。
Then I forgive you. I slowly lowered my hands, and the chaos around me began to subside. Jeez. Since you promised, you're both my slaves. Got it. Yes, Master Taku. If only. They don't think it has a big budget? Did you not just see the animation where Taku summons his power? For the preference of, the gag where he lifts up everyone's panties? At no point in the common route where it was actually a serious moment did Taku get a full-on animation for pulling out his D-sword. Even using it for the first time didn't get that massive animation. Where he was summoning, like, the ball of energy. 1 second. Cancel chair. Oh, we're going to. You need Chair-kun family as a hostage? I mean, I have other chairs. But they're just not as gamery. You know? Hey, what's gotten into Taku-senpai?
気にしないで。いつ
Ah,
も
don't
の
worry,
ことだ
he's
から
always like that.
であるからしてこの場合は点 P よ
So in this case, point P. Arimura and I decided that it would be better not to use my power for a while. No matter what that woman was after, it was very likely it had something to do with our powers. Which meant I should avoid doing anything that would attract attention. Everyone knows that when you have a trump card like this, it's best to master it in secret and play it at the right moment. Oh my god, guys, Mio is in the classroom. So if you plug this into the formula... Why is math such a pain? I wanted info, not formulas. That's true, math is the worst. Math is the fucking worst, bro. Numbers and formulas were just ideas. It didn't provide any benefit at all as info. Times like this. I took out my Popecom and hid it under my desk, and then loaded Shibuya News. Ow. What? Eh? What's wrong, Taku? Oh, it's nothing. I'll be surprised if they created that animation for this scene only, and it wasn't created for some fight scene in another route. I mean, we just completed Common Route yesterday, and that animation was not at Common Route. So...
じゃあ次の問題解いてみろ。
Solve this problem next. Crap. That was a mistake. But this is big news.
おい、大変だ。
Big news! Big news! I heard the door open. I heard the door to the clubroom fly open, and Ito ran inside.
なんだよ、大声で。
Why are you yelling? What is it?
何落ち着いてんだ、宮代。
Are you so calm?
だよ。
News!
大ニュース。
Big news!
いいか、よく聞け。
Listen,
なんと
the
例の
person behind the new gen madness has been
犯人が捕まったんだろ。
arrested, right?
そうなんだよ。
Yeah.
なんだ。
What? You already
お
knew?
前知ってたのか。当たり前だ
Of
ろ。
course I did.
僕を
Who do
誰
you
だ
think
と
I
思ってん
am?
だ。
Who do you think I
これで
am?
も伊達に学
I
園
call
一の
myself the
状況を
biggest
自負
right
してるわ
sider
け
in
じゃない。
school for a reason.
お前が持ってくる情報
Everything you
くらい
learned,
僕の
I
話を
learned
知
a
ってる
long
よ。
time ago. Oh my god. Oh my god, I don't know if anyone could... I don't know if a more pretentious statement could exist in this world. I think that might be the record of all time pretentious. They certainly nailed that. I feel like he doesn't have as much of this in main route, or in common route, though. It definitely feels like they're bringing out a little bit more of his, like, tropes in the side route. It's funny present, man. It's Santa Claus. What about the info on the girl they caught?
灰田理子18歳
Rico,
無職
age 18, unemployed, was arrested by a police officer last night on suspicion of being behind several arson cases in Shibuya, right?
だろ。
You did already know.
知ってた
That
のか
sucks.
よ。
I was sure I'd beat you to the punch this time.
今度こそ俺の方が早いと思ったのに
Tell the
よ。
truth, I just found out about it in math class. But that's how info works. Knowing things first puts you at an advantage. That said, I was overjoyed to know that the woman who'd attacked me had been arrested. Now I wouldn't have to be afraid of being attacked again.
でもうち的
Is
に
it
は
really good for the
捕まってよか
newspaper
った
club
の
that
か
they were
な
caught?
なんだよ、お
What do you
前。
mean?
それどういうこと？
だってさ、
Because
事
if the
件
case
がも
got
っと
bigger,
大きくなってれば、
that could have
もっと
gotten a
でか
bigger
いスク
scoop,
ープを
right?
ゲットできるチャンスもあったかも。
うん。
That's right.
確かにそうだな。そういう意味
I
では
guess
惜
in
しか
that
ったと
sense,
も
it's
言える
bad
か。
news.
タク的にはどう？
What do you
もっ
think,
と事件
Taku?
を追いたかった？
Do you want to keep chasing the case? As she like readies her D sword behind him, or behind her. Do you want to keep going after the case? You want to keep going after the case, right? I wasn't sure. It's true that the bigger this got, the more people would be paying attention.
いや、
I think
よ
it's
か
for
っ
the
たんじゃない
best.
か。
なんだ。お前にしては
I
随
expect
分
you to
消
be
極的な
passive.
意見だな。
I figured you want
も
more
っと
stuff
起
to
きてくれっ
happen.
てんじゃないかと。
なんだよ。
Making it
そ
sound
れ
like
じ
I
ゃあま
want
るで
people to die.
僕が凶悪事件をのいいか。
Just
言
so
って
we're
おくが
clear, I'm not a
僕はサイコパ
psychopath.
スじゃない。
If
別
you
に事
have
件が起きることを
if you
望ん
have
で
to
いる
tell
わけで
people
は
you're
な
not
く
a psychopath,
起きて
it's
しまっ
certainly
た
not
事
a
件
good
の
look.
真相の究明こそを望んでいるんだ。
I don't want people to get murdered. I really want to know the truth about the murders that have already happened. Honestly, I was a little disappointed the case ended this way. But half of me felt relieved, too. Anybody who'd been the target of a murder attempt could understand how terrifying it was for me to have that woman with those strange powers try to kill me. There were ways to deal with a physical attack, but her power violated the laws of physics. It was a miracle I'd gotten away from her alive at all. So I was honestly glad that woman had been caught.
ま
Wow.
あ、あの女が
I'm a
警
little
察に捕まってしまったことで、
In the
全ての
bad
警
end,
察
she
の
kills
手
you
に
for
委ねら
being
れてしまうと
disappointed.
いうのは、
Well,
甚だ
actually,
不本意ではあるが
she。doesn't technically do the killing. Whatever. Now that the police have her, they'll take everything over.
尾上の言うように、
Just
もう
like
ちょっと
Onway
事件
said,
が長引いていれば、
if things had
世
dragged
間
on
の
a
注
little
目も
longer,
集まっただ
even
ろう
more
し、
people would have been paying attention
そ
to
こ
the
でビ
case.
シッと僕が事
If
件を
I had been the
解
one to
決してい
solve
た
it,
なら、
Newspaper
それは
club
そ
would
れ
have
で
been
この新聞
famous.
部もそれも今更言ったって仕方が
There's
ない
no
ことだ
point complaining about it now.
待てよ。
Wait,
これって
does
さ、
this thing, the
俺
case
たち
we've
が
been
追ってた
pursuing
事
is
件
over?
は全て終焉。
それは
Well, before I could give my opinion, the door opened. Ciao, everybody! Hina's here.
有村
Ira,
何
what
し
are
に
you
来たん
doing
だ
here?
冷たい。共
How
に
could you be
生死
so
を分ける
cruel?
戦いを
We
くぐ
went
り
through
抜
the
けた
fight of
仲
our
なの
lives
に。
together.
ああ、そういや、宮代が
Oh,
襲われ
right.
た時、
When
有
Taku
村も
was
一緒だっ
attacked,
た
you
ん
were
だ
there
ろ
too, weren't you?
そうっすよ。
That's right.
こう
This scary lady showed up and then everything went
お姉さん
boom,
が現れたと思ったら
kaboom, blam! It was nuts!
ドーンってそりゃもう
She
大
was
変だっ
waving
た
her
んです
hands
か
in an
ら。
exaggerated manner as she spoke. It was impossible to figure out what she was trying to say.
ほう。な
I
るほど
see.
なるほど。
So this is
ここ
the
が新
newspaper
聞部
club?
ですか。そういえばひなちゃんって
Hey, this is your
こ
first
こ
time
来るの
here,
初
isn't
め
it?
てだっけ？
Nope.
あ
I
の
was
日
here once
ほ
before.
ら文化
You
祭
know,
の
on
日
the
に
day
来
of
て
the
るけ
culture
ど、
festival.
あの時はじっ
Didn't
くり
feel
見
like
た
the
り
right
じっ
time
た
to
り
really
できる
poke
感じ
around.
じゃなかったじゃん。
Arimura walked around the room, staring at everything, and stopped in front of the bulletin board.
あ、これかっこいい。
This is cool.
海外
It's
ド
like
ラ
a
マみ
detective
たい。
show,
だろ
right?
一応事件
It's
のこ
got
と
all our
については
observations
そ
on
れ
the
で全部
case.
ねえねえセリ、これは
Hey,
何？
Serica, what's this?
それはね。
She wasn't listening.
なあ、宮代。
Hey,
さっきの話
about
だけ
what we were
どさ、
talking about before.
ああさっきの
Oh yeah,
悪い
before.
何の話だっけ
What was that?
だから事件はこれで終わりかってこと。
About whether the case was over.
ああそうか
Oh right.
それについて
I
は
was thinking about that.
僕も考えてみたんだ
何何？何の話っす？
What you talking about? Till a moment ago, she was enjoying her conversation with Serica. But now, Arimura happily butted into ours.
だから今
I'm
回の
talking
一連
about
の
the
事件につい
case.
ての
You heard the
話だ
woman who attacked us got arrested, right?
僕たちを
So,
襲った女が
捕まったん
the
ですか？
scary woman was
あの
arrested?
怖い女の人。
なんだよ
You didn't
知
know?
らなかったのか
Because she had friends in a lot of places, it seemed like she'd be really quick to pick up on info. I was surprised to see she was actually a wrong-sider.
なんだよもう。
Jeez, if the cops caught her, they should have
警察
told
も捕まった
us.
なら捕まった
まったく
You're right, we almost got burned to a
こっ
crisp.
ちは危う
ですよね。
I know, right?
利用する
And
と
after all they made us do for them,
これだから市民
That's why
の
nobody
信用
trusts
を
the
なく
cops
しちゃうんですよ。
まあ警察への文
you
句
can
は置いと
complain
い
about the
て
police some other time.
その
Taku,
宮
what are
代
you
の考え
thinking?
ってのは。
ああそうだった
Listen, if you look back on all the murders
こ
that
れ
have
までの
happened
事
so
件と
far,
これからのことを総合して考えるとだ
first, there were the murders, and then there were the fires. I decided to think about the relationship between the two. The first thing I had to do was go over all the cases that happened so far. All the cases that happened so far formed what people were calling the return of the new gen madness. The first was Don't Look. The second, Audio Bleed. The third, Revolving Dead. I remembered them clearly. I was there for the third one after all. The fourth was one I'd never forget. Sue Morbidly Obese. Those were the 4 murders that have happened so far. The problem was what came next. The fires. The fires had happened. Near the Don't Look incident. Near the Audio Bleed incident. Near the Revolving Dead incident. Near the Sue Morbidly Obese incident. That's right. The fires were happening regularly near the sites of the return of the new gen madness.
以上のことからわかるのは
So we know that the
一連
fires
の
are
事件
taking
と
place near
連
the
続
sites
放
of
火
the
事件が
murders.
非常に近いところで起こっていると
I
い
need
うこ
more
とだ
caffeine in a second. It would be strange to think they weren't connected. I concluded that the fires were all set by Rico, the pyrokinetic gigomaniac.
でもそれじ
But
ゃ
then why are
あ
the
手
methods
口が
used
違うの
so
はなんで
different?
だ？
The
これま
murders
での
didn't
事件と
involve
は明ら
arson.
かにやり口が違うだろ。
それは
Well, that's because... Why? I know.
そう
The arson incidents
これ
were
まで
just
の放火事件
practice.
はあ
She
くまでも
practiced,
練
but
習
it
だっ
didn't
たん
go
だよ
well. So she
練
chose a
習し
different
たけど
method.
うまくいかなかった
Mm.
なんだよ
What?
納得でき
You
て
don't
ない
look
って顔
satisfied.
だ
If you got
意
an
見がある
opinion,
なら
say
言え
it.
ばいいだろ
意見ってい
I
うか
don't know if
さ
it counts as an opinion, but
じゃああの施設はどうな
what
るんで
about
す
that lab? Arimura seemed annoyed at Ito's inability to finish his sentence. It interrupted with a doubt of her own. Guy who just likes arson? Why is everyone saying his psychic did this? Yeah. Man who likes shitting sit on fire? Bruh!
施設ってあの
Lab?
病院の地下にあった
Maybe
施
the one in
設
the
の
basement?
そうですあそこで行われてた
That's
研
right.
究
Do you think the
あれ
research
は
they did there
事
had
件と
nothing to
関
do
係
with
な
the
かったっ
case?
て
それは
Well... Probably did. But the experiments that were performed down there ended with the earthquake. So it'd be strange for her to just suddenly start killing people now. When I told Arimura that, she still didn't look satisfied.
柿田さんのことはご存知ですよね
This is a copy of Cool Cat Press. I just noticed this. This is the same JPEG they used for the Cool Cat Press magazine. It's right there. Reusing assets. SMH. 0 of 10. Yeah. Exactly, Alpha. I can't believe they would do this. Disgusting. Low effort. Where's the budget? Question mark. You know about Kikita, right?
あの回転デッドの被害者
The
だよ
victim of the revolving dead, right? I think.
はい
I
あ
told
の
you he
人
was a
が
friend of my brother's,
私の
right?
兄の友人だったって話はしましたよね
I remembered she said that.
今だから正直
I
に
can
言
tell
い
you
ま
the
すけ
truth
ど
now. He
彼
was
は
investigating
私
psychics
たち
like
のような
us.
能力者につ
He
い
said
て
there
調
might
べ
be
て
some
いたん
huge
です
organization behind all
そして
this.
その後ろには何
巨大な組
Organization?
織な
Sounds like a conspiracy
ま
to
るで
me.
陰謀論だな
What was its name?
でその組織っての
The organization. That's its name. The organization.
それを事件のあったあの日に教
He
え
was,
てくれる予
he
定で
was
し
supposed to
た
tell me on the day of the incident,
This
but he died. Well, he was murdered.
じゃあ有村は犯人はあ
Then
の
you're
ハイ
trying
ダ
to
リコ
say
っ
that
て
the
女
killer
じゃないって
wasn't
言いた
Rico?
いのか
そういうわけじゃないですよ
That's not it.
私には
I'm
難
not
しい
smart
こ
enough
と
to
わ
figure
かんない
that
し
out anyway.
ただ
But even if she was,
仮に
I
あの
think
人
there
が
might be
犯
someone
人
else
だとし
behind
て
her.
も裏に
伊藤はどう思う
What do you think, Ito?
まあ確かに組織とか機関
I
とか
always
って
did
の
love
は
conspiracy
魅力的な言
theories.
葉ではあるが
It just doesn't seem
あん
very
まりリアリティ
realistic.
はねえよな結局どっち
Either
に
way,
しても
there's not enough
今の
info
状
to
況
make
じゃ
that
判
call
断
right
材
now.
料が少なすぎるっつうかさ
It was probably Arimura the one who killed Kakita? Yeah, I said that, like 2 streams ago. Because, or at least I feel like it could be heavily implied because her eyes were bleeding when we walk into the scene, right? So I feel like that means she was mind-controlled into killing him. But it was all kind of played very hush-hush. He's already trying to lead them off course. Utaku? Or Ito, I mean? Oh, yeah.
尾上は
What about you, Onway?
私
Me?
私はそうだな
What do you think, Taku?
タクはどう思う
It said they looked for fingerprints, but hers never showed. Remind me why they never found evidence on her being the killer? What Wandering said. They just found no evidence at the scene. I also would imagine part of it was Mimose and Mio's influence over Shinjo. That gets Arimura off as well. Because they need a giglomaniac and they find her power useful. So they shuffle some evidence around to make it seem like, I don't know. Yeah, Ito is feeding... Ito's doing a little misinformation spreading right now. He's doing a little misinformation. What do you think, Taku? Ito being a silly little prankster. Yeah, just a silly little fake newser. Serika was the one who knocked Taku out? I don't think that. I think Taku blacked out because he was panicking, right? He had a panic attack and fainted, didn't he? In the Love Hotel? I don't think Serika needed to influence that at all. But yeah, maybe Serika cleaned up the scene so Arimura wouldn't be guilty. I guess I don't know why. She would do that, though. Something hit him, supposedly the head of the Love Hotel victim. Yeah, but that wouldn't be enough to knock him out, but probably the fear of, like, the sheer fear and then the head, like, touching him was probably enough for him to pass out in panic and fear. But yeah, I don't know why Serika would get Arimura off. By cleaning the scene or whatever. That doesn't really make sense. So I guess you probably would just be implied that Arimura was mind-controlled in a way to commit the crime without getting caught. But yeah, I don't really know why that would be the case, considering Ito is mind-controlled in a way to get caught. I don't know. Maybe because Arimura is a cute anime girl. They had to let her get out scot-free. That's left kind of vague, I suppose. So they don't write themselves into a corner too early, I think. I would say ultimately it's probably a combination of low evidence and Mio and Momose have some influence over Shinjo and they kind of shuffle some things around. Do a little, you scratch my back, I scratch yours with Arimura. You help us find out if people are telling the truth or lying. We don't accuse you of murder and get you arrested. You know? A little quid pro quo going on. I would say that's probably enough of a reason. Is it ever revealed what Shinjo said to Arimura in the interrogation room? I don't remember. But yeah, maybe it was a little bit of, like what I just said, some quid pro quo going on. You help us, I don't put you in jail for murder. Don't answer a question with a question. Well, sure, but I really don't know. You don't know, at least try to think about it. I am Shinjo Biden. Banana girl, we need your help. Yeah, exactly. Fine. I'll tell you my own opinion. I don't want to get attacked again. So I hope she's the killer. To be honest, I still thought it was a miracle I'd made it out of there alive. If she'd attacked me when I was asleep, I wouldn't have lasted a minute. Well, now we just wait and see what the police say. Whether she was the killer or not, it'd be a good idea to be careful for a while. I think so too. We talked about this at lunch. I think that both you and I need to be extra careful because of our powers. Up until the 5th murder, all were made to look like the victim itself was the perpetrator. Is Sue morbidly obese made to look like the victim is the perpetrator? Also, I would argue that the Love Hotel is really not made to look like the victim themselves as the perpetrator. There's no way the Love Hotel guy would have been able to hang himself the way he did. He was just really motivated. Yeah. Well, he wouldn't have been able to tie wires around himself in an X. That's why you just have the one. Nagito Komaeda. Yeah, I guess. I think it's got to be pretty easily inferred that Arimura was mind-controlled into assisting that unalive. The Love Hotel was considered unalive by police because of no evidence. Well, right, but that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like a lot of that is Shinjo's influence, and a lot of them getting the Arimura's cooperation. So they're like, gee, guess we can't pin this on anybody. Because obviously a brutal murder wouldn't go right to, guess we have to class this one as an unalive. It's the Eric Andre meme, shooting the guy and sitting down at the chair. Who could have done this? Guess we'll never know. He just kept her from being questioned super often? Right. Which allows her to get away with it. Because they can't really pin anything on her, because he keeps interfering with the investigation in Arimura's behalf. I silently nodded. See, Taco agrees. Normally I'd want to practice and try to learn to better control my abilities. But it'd be smarter to wait and see if the case has ended first. Alright, for now, we'll just be careful. And just as we finished, we heard the sound of someone pounding the wall in the corner. Hey, Kazuki.
Oi, Kazuki.
She was so busy with ESO2, she couldn't hear us.
Onoe.
Onoe.
Okay.
Okay. Sarika nodded, went over to Kazuki, and took off her headphones.
Oi, Hana-chan.
Hey! Taku says no pounding. Senpai? Who's that? Yeah? I guess you never saw her before. Kazuki. She's a first-year student and a member of our club. I didn't even realize she was there. That's fine. No one else realizes she's ever here either. She is irrelevant. Arimura walked over to her. Ciao! Kazuki bowed her head. I'm Arimura. Call me Hina. Or even Hina Senpai if you want. I can call you Hana, right? Hmm. She bowed again. Sorry. Can you say that out loud for me? Hana doesn't. These names are so similar. Oh no, Hana doesn't talk. She doesn't? Why? Religious reasons or something? This is the exact same scene as Common Route. I don't know why, but she doesn't talk, right? Hmm. She bowed. Not a word? Not a word.
そうなんだ。ま、それはそれでいっか。楽だし。じゃあそういうことで。
0 of 10. Well, I guess that's fine. Makes things easier. Keep high ties in stream. Yeah, I know. I'm struggling over here.
お近づきの印に。
Since we're friends, let's shake hands. Me and the boys shaking hands. Kazuki was still hesitant, but Arimura grabbed her hand. Okay, I'm getting another energy drink. I don't know why I keep yawning. I don't feel tired. I don't know what's going on. Her eyes are huge. They don't fit in the glasses. Yeah, I think it's funny that her glasses are drawn to, like, normal eye proportions. And she's got anime eyes. I'm trying to think if I had caffeine earlier today and I'm, like, crashing or something. Is that why I'm kind of being tired? I don't really remember. Oh well. They should make anime ears a thing, just big sparkly ears. Yeah, I think the equivalent of that is elf ears, right? That's mostly a live action thing though. Arimura grabbed her hand and swung it around. Probably her version of a handshake. What surprised me was Kazuki didn't seem upset. I thought she'd resist Arimura's attempt to force them to be friends, but she seemed kind of embarrassed. But then something happened that completely shattered my wildest expectations.
これからもよろしくね、花。
Nice to meet you, Hana. As Arimura swung her arm around.
よろしく。
Nice to meet you. Maybe. Huh? Hey, was that...
今のって
Kazuki talked? Is this... No, I heard her talk in, We had that delusion where she was getting chased by spies. This is my first time outside of a delusion hearing her talk, yeah. The whole room shouted in amazement. We'd known Hana for about 6 months, and this is the first time we ever heard her voice. But Hana herself seemed more surprised than anyone. It felt like she didn't intend to speak, but had just been caught up in Arimura's energy. Oh, you have a cute voice. You should talk more.
もっと喋ればいいのに。
Her voice actor having a panic attack. I don't want to have to talk more. I just want to get a check. Come on, say something else. Ready, go. Come on, you can do it. Just a little. Doesn't have to be a lot. Yeah. That was fun. That one was funny. She sounds like a vacuum. Like the Kirby inhale noise. She wasn't gonna say anything else, it seemed.
まさかあの和樹が
I can't believe Kazuki would.
本当に
She really can talk,
喋
huh?
れたんだね。
何よりも恐ろしいのは
It's Arimura's energy that scares me most of all. Everything we talked about that day seemed pretty important, but it was all blown away by our shock at Kazuki actually speaking.
終わった終わった。
We're done! Yeah!
なあ、帰りどっか寄ってこ
Hey,
い。
let's go someplace on the way back. 3 days had passed since the attack by Rico. There had been no new events with the case. The police were probably still investigating Rico. They hadn't announced anything else. There must have been some kind of censorship in effect, because the TV shows had mostly stopped talking about it. The only people who were still talking about it were online. The wrong-siders at school seemed to have forgotten that a murder occurred in this very building. What's wrong? Why the sigh? Oh, 'cause you're back. Kurosu was looking down at me. Her injury from the other day still hadn't healed. But Dad had told her she'd be able to go back to school, and so today she had.
別に
It's
な
nothing.
んでもないよ。
そんなこと言ってどうせまた何か事件
Yeah,
が起これ
right.
ばいいって
You're
考
probably
えて
hoping
るん
that
でしょ
something else happens with the case, aren't you?
別に考えてないってそんな。
No.
いいタクル
Listen, Taku, you were
あな
almost
た
killed.
命を狙われた
Even
の
if they
よ
caught the woman, you're
い
still
く
in
ら犯
danger.
人は捕まってるとはそれにあの
You
時うな
agreed
ずい
that
てく
even
れ
if
た
you're
わ
not
よ
going
ね
after the case, you could
別
still
に
have
特
fun,
別な
right?
事件を追
Don't
ってい
forget
なくて
that.
も楽しいことはある
わかってるって。
Yeah, I know.
本当に分か
Do
って
you
る
really?
の
うるさ
Shut
いな
up.
さっきか
Just
ら
said I
分か
know.
って
You don't
るっ
have
て
to
言
keep
ってるだ
saying
ろ。
the same thing
そ
over
う
and
何度も何
over.
度も
I'm
同
not
じ
a
こと言わな
kid.
くったって子供じゃないんだか
Then
らさ。
Kurisu, I was ready for her to be even more annoying, but
そうね
you're right. I'm
ごめんなさい。
sorry.
Huh?
Yeah. I wasn't sure how to react to that.
そうよね
You're right.
タクルだって
You're doing
ちゃ
what
ん
you're
と
doing for a
考えて
reason.
行動してい
I
るんだも
shouldn't
ん
have said
ね
that. I'm sorry.
私が言い過ぎたわでも
Just
くれ
don't
ぐ
do
れも
anything
危険なこ
dangerous,
とはし
please.
ないでほしいの
わかったって
I know. Kurisu smiled weakly, took her bag, and left. Goodbye. What was that? That threw me off.
タ
Taku! I ran into Sariko when I left. Actually, she was probably waiting for me.
一緒に帰ろうかなって
I
思っ
wanted to see
て
if you wanted to go home together.
うーん
I didn't really say anything, but Sarika started walking next to me anyway.
見てたよさっ
I
き
saw
の
what just happened. You mean with
クル
Kurisu?
スのことか。
ダメじゃん
You shouldn't treat her like
病
that.
み上がりなんだから
She's still
さ
recovering. You need
優
to
し
be
くしてあ
nice.
げなきゃ
そんなつもりじ
I
ゃ。
didn't mean to. Yeah, I really didn't mean to hurt her. But Kursu always had to be right, no matter what. She'd been like that ever since we lived together. Sometimes it just got frustrating to deal with someone who was always right. After I made my promise with Kursu, I was still watching the news and looking online, but I've been trying my best to avoid doing anything else. Honkai ad? Oh, Star Rail? Where do you see ads for it? Wait, does that mean my videos have ads? Oh, wait, if you're looking up other, Chaos Child streams, that means the ads aren't my ads. They're Mage's ads. Rip. That was when I came back to this one. Oh, yeah, that still is. It still means it's a Mage's ad, though. That's probably why it's a higher budget ad than what I would normally get. After I made my promise to Kursu, I was still watching the news and looking online, but I'm trying my best to avoid doing anything else. For the past few days, I'd stayed quiet. I even canceled the club meeting today. I was trying my best not to think about how bored I was. The way she said those things still made me out to be the bad guy. It's the emotional manipulation that Kursu brings to the table. I'm Natasha, an underworld doctor. Oh, I haven't even seen that ad. But I have ad block on, shush. Well, actually, I have YouTube Premium, so that's actually why I don't see any ads even on mobile. Yeah, the Honkai music is the same in the ad as well. I've had YouTube Premium so long, I honestly kind of forgot about the ads on YouTube. Isn't YouTube fighting ad block? Yeah. It won't be much longer now before ad block is removed completely, and they'll be like, ad block is getting removed, or they're blocking ad block because they're finally starting to add ads to YouTube TV. So now they're gonna get rid of ad block. I'm honestly surprised they didn't do it sooner. Considering you see so many sketchy sites that have figured out how to block ad block, I can't believe YouTube hasn't done that as well. Like, how many times do you get on a site and they're like, you can't browse this site without pausing your ad block? It's shocking to me YouTube hasn't done the same. YouTube TV. YouTube has like a television service for smart TVs. It's an app. It's a like it's another subscription service they offer. I'd probably get premium if it wasn't overpriced trash. Yeah, it's pretty overpriced. I think all you get with YouTube Premium is, honestly, the only feature I know of is that it's ad-free. If you're a member of my channel, you also don't get ads on my streams. Wink, wink. And that's, my membership is half the price of YouTube Premium. Wink, wink. You also get YouTube Red exclusive videos. Didn't most of those get released to the public? I actually didn't even think those were exclusive anymore. Are they? I'm gonna check. Laser's team still requires premium? Really? That's wild. You know, I own a copy of Laser Team. Lamau. You can't listen to videos in the background without premium? I heard that that's not a premium requirement anymore. You can put YouTube picture-in-picture without premium? Yeah, I think they made that open to just the YouTube app recently. I think it came with like a recent iOS update where I think like Apple made that like a default feature. You can download videos. So the YouTube Premium download thing doesn't actually let you download like an MP4 of the video. Yeah, not download. It's like a half-assed like download locally to the app thing. It's dumb. It's not a real download. Yeah, you can just watch it offline. You don't like actually get the file of the YouTube video. I might cancel my YouTube Premium. I don't know. I do like not having ads, but Honestly, yeah, that's the only benefit. Like Netflix offline watching, yeah, basically. I don't know, it is nice not getting any ads, but like, I don't know how much I care. Rooster Teeth changed their logo? Why are you randomly looking at Rooster Teeth's stuff? Honestly, I'm still shocked that Rooster Teeth's making content. Or I guess that people are still watching it. Wow, that's an awful logo. What the fuck? They probably are trying to rebrand after all the negative press they get all the time, right? So they're probably
in like the women.
trying like a huge like rebrand thing. Oh, yep. I just saw their pinned tweet on Twitter. Allow us to reintroduce ourselves. Yeah, and they've got a trailer that has cut out all the problematic people. Ruby's pretty successful? Yeah, Ruby's pretty successful, but I think that's in spite of Rooster Teeth. Because I think Ruby's, like, marketed pretty separately. Their main channel only gets, like, 10k views. Really? I was looking at their Twitter. Oh, wow, dude. They have 9 million subscribers, and they can't even get 10k views on stuff. Wow. That's a worse view ratio than I have. Yeah, that's insane. Their views are so low. I can't imagine they can sustain this for much longer, can they? I guess, like, as I'm looking at this, like, I don't recognize, like, any of the people in these thumbnails. Like, for these videos. Like, I noticed, like, Barbara and Gavin. But that's, like, it. I don't recognize, like, any of these other people. That's probably part of why the views have declined. Is they've just, like, completely recasted their lineup, and it just didn't stick with people. Like, the new lineup probably hasn't attracted a new audience, and the old audience only wanted the old people. Warner Brothers forcefully changing up the staff was for the better and fixed a lot of their problems. Maybe. I mean, it might be better for the content, but it's definitely not better for their views. I remember when I used to listen to the Rooster Teeth podcast every week, man, that used to get like millions of views. I just checked the most recent Rooster Teeth podcast. has 20,000 views as of a month ago. That's so low. What do the other channels get? They can't get very many views. Warner Brothers removing the known personalities for random new people. Well, to be fair, some of the known personalities were like Ryan. They stopped doing Red versus Blue. No, they still do Red versus Blue. What's the Let's Play channel? How many views does the Let's Play channel get now? Well, the Let's Play channel still gets decent views. They get like 50k views in upload. It's definitely not what it used to be, but... I guess the Achievement Hunter roster probably hasn't mixed up as much as the Rooster Teeth roster. Red versus Blue is over? Really? Like, over? I thought didn't they make that, like, pledge that they were never gonna stop doing Red versus Blue? There's some Red versus Blue videos that are uploaded like 5 months ago. It could be like in between seasons. They probably do like Red versus Blue, Ruby, Red versus Blue. It's kind of wild. But yeah, they've definitely like super fallen off. I mean, relatable, but still. What about Funhouse? Funhouse has to be like pretty in the tank. The whole like Funhouse lineup got changed. Besides like James. No, Funhouse still gets decent views too. Seems like Funhouse is hard carried by James now, though. I used to be so into Red versus Blue, dude. I mean, Rooster Teeth in general was like my personality for a while. I used to really like their content. But I grew out of it like a while after Ray left. Achievement Hunter was kind of like where I stopped watching. But I used to be super into their stuff. Now I'm just like scrolling through. All the people and culture that made it what it was have all changed, yeah. Bernie and Ray leaving were like the last Rooster Teeth video that I ever watched was when Bernie announced he was leaving the company. Because Bernie was like always my favorite. I watched Ray for a bit, mostly VODs. He got boring after a while. Yeah. Ray was definitely always a guy that was funnier with someone to bounce off of. Ray was never really funny solo. So I was the same. I tried to watch like a couple of Ray's solo streams, and it's just like him silently staring at the camera, and then like once every 5 minutes he's like, "Hey, thanks for the tip, so-and-so. Hey, thanks for the donation. Hey, thanks for the subscription. Hey, thanks for the Twitch Prime sub." Like, that's it. That's his stream. At least when I watched it like a couple years ago. Maybe it's different now. But that was like it. But yeah, I stopped watching. I started to lose interest when Ray left, and when Bernie left, that was the last thing I ever watched. Was Bernie leaving the company, because Bernie was always my favorite, and Ray was my second favorite. Ugh. Anyway. Talking about dying companies, yeah. Ruby's all they've had. Due to various issues in the first few seasons. My biggest issue with Ruby and what made me stop watching was that the episodes were always so short and it always felt like nothing happened. It always felt to me like they should have just gone with like the Netflix approach and like released all the episodes at once. I'd like waited until they were ready. Because I watched Ruby up until I think season 3, or whatever season Yang got her arm cut off was like when I stopped watching. Because it just felt like the show was like so slowly paced and like nothing ever happened. They started doing full episodes after season 3. Oh, so right when I stopped watching. It was too late. I took 3 seasons of that and I was like, I can't watch this. Nothing's happening. Oof. Yeah, well I guess the build-up was too long for me. Yeah, I stopped watching after season 3. Because I was just like, oh my god, nothing's going on. I'm really bad at doing jokes from nothing. It can be hard to do jokes from nothing, for sure. But, like, you just gotta respect what kind of sense of humor you got and work with it. And Ray's sense of humor was definitely, like, needed other people. Ray is... What's the best way to describe him? He was, like... He was witty, but not clever. Like, witty in the sense that he could snap a comeback to like whatever someone said like really fast, but he couldn't not clever in the sense that he could like really start a lot of his own jokes. Season 1 and 2 are basically prologues and the plot starts with 3. I didn't even feel like anything happened in 3, maybe because episodes were still short in 3, but I just remember waiting a week for like an 8 to 10 minute video and being like, man, and then I stopped. All nostalgic for early days on the internet. Alright, let's get back to it. Oh. What's wrong? I forgot something. I've been thinking so much I've gotten distracted. Sorry, I gotta go back and get it. Go home without me. Okay. I've been spacing out lately. Maybe I was just too bored. Oh, here it is. Even if I'd ever gotten a fight with Kurisu, I still couldn't believe I'd forgotten my Pokecom. Just as I grabbed my Pokecom and went to leave, I saw a familiar pair of blonde twin tails bobbing down the hallway. Serika's D-sword doubled as a gun, with a semblance. Yeah. Arimura. I like that this is Arimura's, like, theme song. She was cheerfully walking down the hall with a group of several other girls. Were they classmates or friends from her club? It was the same group of girls I'd seen before. Anyway, I saw Haruka walking with Inoue a while ago. No way! You're kidding me! I thought she was close with Shira. Oh, that was forever ago. After him, there was all that stuff with Morimoto.
嘘嘘知
No
らない
way!
知ら
I
ない
had no idea.
それ
Nobody
聞
told
いてないんだ
me.
けど
まあ
Well, you seem to have a lot going on at the
うわ
time.
ショックだ
Wow! That's a real shock!
てかさ私も
Anyway,
そうやって男
why
子
don't you
に
tell me how to
モ
be
テる方法教え
popular
て
with
ほし
guys
い
like
わ
that?
私は別に
I'm
望
not
んで
doing
やっ
it
て
because
るわ
I
けじゃない
want
し
to.
知ってるって
I
あ
know.
れは知ら
We
ん
all
方が
agreed
悪
it
か
was
ったって
Shira's
話
fault,
じゃん
right?
そうそう
That's right.
はるかがいい子だ
We all know you're a good girl,
よ
Haruka.
くわかって
There,
るから
there.
そっか世
Oh,
の
that's going
中
on
い
in the
ろい
world,
ろ
huh?
動いてますな
やめてよババ
Ah,
アじゃ
you
ない
sound
ん
like
だ
an
か
old
ら
woman.
いやいや私
I
は
can't
も
keep
う
up
若
with
い
you
人たち
youngsters
には
these
ついて
days.
いけません
何それウケ
That's
る
hilarious.
ところでさいいの
How are you for
時間
time?
やば
Crap, you're right.
てか
Wait, you're not coming, Hina?
私はほら
I'm too old for this stuff.
あ
I'll
とは
let you
若い
young
人に
people
任
handle
せ
it.
て
だからそ
Cut
れ
it out.
やめて
Anyway, see ya.
オッケーアディオスグラッシャ
Okay, adios, Gracia. Evidently, Arimura wasn't going with the rest of the group. She watched them disappear, laughing and chattering as they went, and then,
ーは
ugh, she sighed. And then, as if she really was an old woman, she lazily put her hand on her neck, or on her shoulder, and stretched her neck out. And then,
あ
oh, our eyes met.
えへへ
Hey,
チャオス
ciao,
宮代先輩
Taku-senpai.
おお
Hi.
もしかして今
Did
の
you see that?
見てました
今のってのは
You mean
さ
the
っきの会話
conversation
の
you
ことを
just
言って
had?
るのか
Or how lazy you
そ
looked
れ
just
と
a
も
second
だるそう
ago?
な態度のことかと
じゃ
Oops.
あまさか
You
両
saw
方
both,
見られ
huh?
ていたとは
That's a screw
失
up.
敗失敗
She slapped her hand to her forehead like a bad comedian.
その
Why don't you go with them?
ど
嫌だな先
Jeez,
輩なら
you
わ
should be
か
able
る
to
でしょ
guess.
めんどくさい
It's
か
a
らです
pain in
よ
the ass. Her happy tone vanished, and she seemed genuinely annoyed.
みんな口
They're all
先だけの上
shallow.
辺ばっか
They
り
all say things they don't
思
mean.
って
They
も
pretend
な
to
いこ
have
と言
fun.
って
You disagree about the
楽しいふり
slightest thing, and next time you're out
ち
of
ょ
the
っとで
group.
も違うこと言えばそれだけで次からは仲間さっきのはるかって
That
子は
Haruka girl you
男
just
子を
saw
特
goes
会
from
引
one
っか
boy to another.
特に人の
She
彼氏
especially
が好
likes
きで
taking other people's
すぐちょっかい出
boyfriends.
しては別
She
れさ
makes
せて
them break up.
そのく
And
せ
then
人
as
の
soon
も
as
のじ
they
ゃなく
do,
なっ
she
た
gets
途
bored
端
and
に飽
dumps
き
the
て
guy.
すぐにポイ他の子はみんなそれ
Everyone
にム
else
カ
is
ついて
pissed
るく
off
せ
with
に
her.
調
But
子
they're
合
all
わ
just
せて
playing
笑
along
っ
and
てる
laughing.
リエにしてもマ
It's
キ
the
に
same
して
with
も
Ri and
そう
Maki. They both said she was a good girl, but neither of them believe it.
心の中ではなのに顔では
But
笑
they
って
just smile and
適
play
当に
along,
話し合
pretend to
わ
be
せ
friends.
薄っぺらい
High schooler
友
shit.
情ごっこに興じてるほんとバカみ
Ridiculous.
たいだし
Makes
気
me
持ち悪い
sick.
あんな奴らと放課
Just
後
the
まで
idea
一
of
緒に
hanging out
過
with
ご
them
す
after
なんて
school too makes me
考
want
え
to
た
throw
だ
up.
けで吐き気がする
I heard Aimura talk like this several times before. Sometimes it had been directed at me. I felt like she was more emotional now than before. Everybody told a lie or two. But if you didn't know when the other people were lying, it was still possible to trust them. But once you knew they were lying, once you knew what they were thinking under their smiles, could you still trust them like before? I don't think you could. Maybe knowing if what you were told was true or not was a lot more painful than we thought. I remembered what Arimura had written for her wish during the school festival. Let the truth be found. That tiny wish was a cry from her soul.
でも
But her voice was a whisper.
でも一番嫌
I
い
hate
なのは
myself most of all for
そん
hanging
な
out
人
with
た
them
ちの
anyway.
中で笑顔を浮かべてる自分
有村
Arimura.
なんて
Eh,
ね
just kidding. She tried to go back to her usual self and give me a mischievous wink, but she must have realized that it didn't work. She scratched her head, looking awkward.
やだなもうそんな
Jeez,
顔
don't
し
make
な
that
いでください
face.
よ
I don't know how to
こっちが
deal.
困っちゃうじゃないっすか
な
Can I ask you
あ
something?
一つ聞いてもいいか
なんです
What?
なんで僕に
Why are
そ
you
んな
telling me
話を
this?
え
Eh?
僕と君は ま
I
だ
just
知り合っ
met.
たばかりだろ
Till just a little while
つい
ago,
こ
we
の
could
前ま
barely
で
even
は
talk.
まともに話したってできなかった
So
そんな
why
僕
tell
が
me?
どうしてそん
なんででし
I'm
ょ
not
う。
sure. Probably because this is my chapter and you're the protagonist.
僕が君と同じ
Is it because I'm a
ギガロマニ
gigalomaniac
アッ
like
クス
you?
だからか
そうっすね。
Well, it's probably part
まあ
of
そ
it,
れもあるかもしれん。
けど
but
多分先輩が分かりや
probably
す
because
い
you're
か
so
ら
easy to
じ
figure
ゃない
out.
っすかね。
わかりやすい
Easy to figure out.
僕が
宮代先輩って
You're the
感
type
情
who
が
can't
す
hide
ぐに
what they're
表に
feeling,
出
you
る
know?
でしょ。嘘つ
When
い
you
たら
lie,
すぐ
you
に
get
テ
all
ンパるし。
I feel like this is a mistranslation of you're so easy to read. Or maybe it's to figure out as being more literal, I guess, maybe. I never understood school uniforms. I don't either. I don't get the appeal of school uniforms. I hate how it makes every character look the same in anime and like video games. I hate school uniforms. Hate.
バカ言うな
Don't be
僕
stupid.
は常にポー
I've
カー
got
フェ
my
イスの
poker
男だ
face
ぞ
on at all times.
そんなわけあるはずがないだ
It's
ろ
impossible.
ほら、そうやっ
See?
て慌
Just
て
like
る。
that.
違
No.
う今
That
のは
was
ただ
just.
ほうほう。
Oh.
ただ、
It
なん
was
です
just what? It felt like the more I tried to respond, the more I was digging my own grave.
あ、いた。
Oh.
おーい。
There he
タ
is.
ク
Hey, Taku. Sarika came back. She must have not gone home after all.
尾上
On the way.
あなんだよ
What's up?
お
You
前も
forget
忘れ
something
物
too?
か
No, that's not right. You were taking so long, I decided to come check on you.
タクが遅いから様子見
Sarika
に
came
戻
running
っ
up
て
to
き
me,
たんじゃん。
her cheeks puffing in and out as she gasped for air.
先に帰ってろって言っ
Told
た
you
だ
to go
ろ
home without me.
それはそうだけどさ。
True, but remember what you said this morning?
ほらタク
You need a new
今朝言
smartphone.
ってたでしょ。
I figured if
そ
you're
ろそ
gonna
ろ
get
ス
one,
マ
I
ホ
should
買
come
わ
too.
ないとって。もし行くなら一緒に
Come to
行
think
こ
of
うと
it,
思って。
I never did find my phone. According to Shinjo, that Yamazoe girl had left it alone. As for the photo, it was sad, but if it wasn't coming back, there's nothing I could do. I talked to Sarika this morning about how I needed to get a new one, but...
お
Oh,
ひなちゃん
it's
だ
Hina. You just noticed her?
チャオスセリ
Ciao!
チャオス
Ciao!
あの
Hina, you wanna come too?
スマホ
We're
買い
getting a new smartphone.
おいおい
Hey,
なん
who's
で
ever
勝
going
手に今日
today?
行くことにしてるんだよ
お
We're not? Well, whatever.
あー、私は遠慮しと
I'll
く。
pass.
友達に会っちゃったら
It'd
気
be
まずい
awkward
し。
if I ran into my friends.
そうよくわかんないけど。
I'm not sure I follow,
残
but
念
that's too bad.
そんじゃ、私は
I'm
こ
off.
れでドローンします。
Adios,
アディオス
gracias! This time, she posed like a businessman ninja from an old manga and skipped off toward home.
なあ尾上
On away.
お
Huh?
僕って
Am
わ
I
かりや
easy
すい
to
か
figure out? Yeah. She didn't hesitate.
どうしたのタク
What's wrong, Taku?
落ち込んじゃって。
He looked down.
なんでも
It's nothing.
ないよ
I would consider myself inscrutable and mysterious, so that was a bit of a shock.
それにしても、
Anyway,
ひなちゃんって面
Hina's
白
so
い
much fun, isn't she?
そうか
Is she?
タクだって
You were having
楽し
fun
そうに
talking to her.
話してたじゃん。
Fun, me? Arimura? Sure, the whole you're gonna be killed thing when we first met scared the hell out of me. But when I actually talked to her, I found out she wasn't scary. I was never really good at dealing with normies. In the common sense of the word, mind you. Not the superior, original sense. But Arimura felt different than the others. Part of it was her being a gigalomaniac. But the biggest reason was probably that she was always keeping her distance from others. She kept a comfortable distance to avoid making anyone upset. She'd learned how to do it through practice. And in that sense,
楽しいという
it's
か
fun. Or well,
まあ
I
嫌じゃ
don't
ない
mind
の
it,
か
I
も
guess.
ふーん、
Hmm.
そっかそっ
I
か。
see.
なんだよ
Why do you look so
だから
happy?
なんで売れ
珍 別に
No
なん
reason.
でもない。
Anyway, we gonna
それ
get
よ
that
り
phone?
スマホを買い
うん。やっぱ
Yeah, I
今
think
日は
I'll
やめておく
pass.
ことにする。
そうなの
Aw,
なん
I should have just
だ
gone home
じゃあ
then.
先に帰ってればよかった。
だからそう言っ
That's
た
what I
だろ。
told you to do. There might still be a lot of sumo stickers in town. I should stay put for a while.
つまんない。
That
じゃあ
sucks.
のんちゃんでも
Maybe I'll
誘
go
って
invite
会
Non
期以
Chan
外
and we
に
can go
甘
eat
い
some
ものでも
sweets
食べ
then.
に行こっかな。
そうしてやってくれ。
Do that.
クリスも
I'm
喜
sure
ぶ
it'd
だ
make
ろ。
Kurisu happy.
オッケ
Okay.
ー。じゃあまた
See
ね
you, Taku.
あ
Right. Now then. Maybe I should go home and read the latest edition of Cool Cat Press, which Gen bought me yesterday. 2005. Smiles. Arimura flashbacks time. There were always smiles in Arimura's family back then.
ほらひな
Look, Hina, you got some cream stuck to your lips.
嘘。
Oh no! Get it off, big bro!
しょうがないな
Fine, I got it.
ほら
ありがとう。お兄
Thanks,
ちゃん
big bro.
ひなえは本当
You
に
really
お
do
兄
love
ちゃ
your
ん
big
だ
bro, don't you?
そうね
That's right.
でも慎吾ちゃん
But
が
it's
ひな
always
ちゃん
such
の
a
面
big
倒を
help
見
to
てくれ
have
る
Shingo
から助か
take
る
care of Hina.
これからも
Keep it up,
ひなえのこと
Shingo.
頼んだぞ慎吾
Their mother and father were always busy with work. Sometimes they'd have to sleep at the company. They didn't spend a lot of time at home. But when they were with their family, they always smiled. Hina had a big brother, too. We knew that. Just having a brother by her side was enough for her to not feel lonely. She could and did believe he was a part of a happy family. For young Hina, that was her whole family. And that was what was true. One day, Hina was bullied a little at school. It started with something small. Someone said they lost the basketball game in gym class because of her. Hina was a tiny little girl, and a big ball scared her. When they passed it to her, she ducked. When her brother, Shingo, saw she was down, he immediately asked her,
どうした
"What's wrong?"
もしかして
Someone
いじめら
bullied
れてるのか
She shook her head.
違うよ。
No,
い
I'm
じめら
not
れてなんか
being bullied.
ない。
She was embarrassed. She didn't want her family to know that someone was mad at her for something. So that was why, in that moment, she lied. But her brother had known immediately she wasn't telling the truth.
ひなえ嘘はダメだ
Hine, lying is wrong. Whatever you do, don't tell lies.
そん
I
な
don't want you
卑怯な
turning
こと
into
を言っ
that
ちゃ
kind
い
of
けない
coward. It was the first time she'd ever seen her brother look strict. Her brother hated lies more than anybody. She'd been so impressed by her beloved brother that she'd sworn to herself she'd never tell a lie. She couldn't grow up to be a coward. She wasn't going to tell lies.
本当はね、
Actually,
私。
And she told her brother everything. That she'd been bullied at school. That it was over something that happened in gym class.
だったら
Wanna
兄ちゃん
practice
と
with
練習し
me?
ようか
いいの
Can I?
当たり前だろ
Sure. If you get good, nobody will be mad anymore. A true life lesson. Just get good. With her brother's help, Hina got over her fear. And the bullying stopped and her friends came back. She came to love her brother even more. But one day, she realized that all her happiness was nothing but an illusion. It started when she witnessed her parents cheating. Cheating on what? A test? To get ahead at work? 4 days had passed since we'd been attacked by Rika. But there had been no developments in the case.
でどうする
So, what do we do?
おい
Hey,
聞
are
い
you
てんの
listening,
かよ
Taku?
宮代
聞いてるよ。
Listening?
これ
Talking
から
about
の
the
新聞
newspaper
部の
club's
方
next
向
move,
性だ
right?
ろ。
ったく
If you're listening,
分
then
かって
say
んならそう
something.
言えよ
You're just staring at the window and yawning like you're
気の
bored.
抜けたあくびしやがって
That's because I was bored. It's been a month and a half since the Don't Look case. So much had happened, and then everything suddenly came to a halt. I wasn't sure how to handle all this peace and quiet. What's the date? Is the 5th new gen killing not happening now? We don't know what day it is in present time, I feel like. Part of me was hoping there'd be some new development, and part of me was thinking that maybe this was just how it was going to come to an end.
まあ女帝との約
Well,
束
you
もあん
got
だろ
your
うし
promise with the Empress.
しょうがないっちゃしょう
There's
がないん
not
だ
much
ろ
you
う
can
け
do
ど
about
さ
it.
別にそういうんじゃ
It's
ない
not
よ
it. It's just that with
ただ
nothing
何
happening,
も起き
there's
なけれ
nothing
ば
we can do.
動きようがないってだけだ
In fact, the whole madness with the sumo stickers was starting to recede as well. According to Serica, all the stickers that had been covering the city had been removed when she'd gone into town yesterday. The government must have taken them down or something. Since just seeing them was enough to make me sick, I was pretty glad, but... Huh?
あれ
I looked down at the window and saw an unusual pair of people.
どうした
What's up?
いや
Nothing.
ああなんだ
Hey.
有村に和樹か
It's Arimura and Kazuki.
珍しい組み合わせだなと
I
思っ
was
て
just
さ
thinking them being together is unusual. Except Kazuki's got a major crush on Arimura. That's why she spoke to the first time to Arimura. Arimura's got that riz.
うん
That's true.
確かにな
But you remember what happened, right?
でもこの
Where
前のことあ
Arimura
った
got
だろ
Kazuki to actually...
ほら有村の勢いに思わず和樹がって
そういやあれ
You
は
know,
さ
that
すがの
surprised me
僕も
too.
驚いたな
It's never happened before,
なんだって
ever, though.
初めてのことだったから
Because she's got a little crush.
だな
I
今
heard
ま
her
で笑い
laugh.
声は聞いたことあ
Never
って
heard
も
her talk
喋
before.
ってるところなんて聞いたことなかったし
Arimura and Kazuki were talking happily. But from here, I couldn't hear what they were saying. And from the look of it, Arimura was doing all the talking. Kazuki was just shaking and nodding her head. No. But she didn't seem upset or bothered. Hmm.
そういや最近仲いいじゃ
Come
な
to
い
think of it, you've been getting along with Arimura lately too.
は
What's he talking about?
とぼけんなって
Trying to fool me.
この前も
Or
放課
you
後に
two were
2
having
人
a
で楽
great
しそう
time
にしてた
talking
っ
to
て
each
聞い
other
た
after
ぞ
school. I feel like something, or Kazuki's about to get keyed up for something tragic to happen to her. To make Arimura have a emotional route. Serica must have told him. God, where does she get these ideas?
別に特別仲
We're
が
not
いいって
really
わけじゃない
friends.
ただ
Amura's
有
just
村はほら
the same
言っ
as
てみれば
me,
同
you
類
know?
みたいなもんだろ
So we get along
だから
well.
それなりに話し
That's
たっ
all
て
there
す
is
る
to it.
その程度だなんだよそれ
That's a waste.
もったいねえな
もったいないって
What do you mean a waste?
知らねえの
Well,
有村って
Arimura's
あいつ
pretty popular
結構
actually.
人気あんだぜ
人気
You mean
人
like
気っ
guys like
て
her?
要するに男子
だってほら
Yeah, look at
見ろ
her.
よ
She's cute.
見て
she's
く
the
れ
type
たって
of
まあ
person who
そ
doesn't
こ
get
そ
along
こ
with
レベル
anybody.
高えし誰
それはあいつの能
It's
力
only
だ
because of her power.
そんなのはどうだっていいんだっ
That
て
doesn't matter.
みん
Nobody
な知ら
knows
ねえんだ
about
か
it.
らさ
What matters is how they
要
see
は
it.
受け取る方がどう受け取るかってこ
She
とだろ
loses her ESO account. Yeah, tragic. I suppose that makes sense. Arimura is just trying to avoid making enemies. But on the other hand, that means she also has to make friends.
にしても
I'm really dense
お
about
前
this
ほん
stuff.
とそういうの
Yet
疎い
you're the
よ
one
な
calling other people wrong
それ
siders.
でよく人のこと情弱だなんだよ
あのな伊藤
Listen, Ito.
勘違い
Since
し
you
て
seem
い
to
る
be
ようだから一石
misunderstanding
ぶっ
this,
てや
I'll
ろう
give you a
か
lecture.
言っておくけど
Just so we're
誰か
clear,
が人
who's
気だとか
popular and who's
誰と
didn't
誰
are
が
minor
付き合
pieces
っ
of
てる
info
と
that
か
are only
そうした
valuable
情 報
within the
なん
small
て
community
この
of
壁
our
画圏
academy.
というそんなこと
Knowing
知って
those
いた
facts
とこ
doesn't
ろで
make you a
真
true
の
right
状況と
sider.
は
It
言えな
certainly
いし
doesn't give you the
ま
ability
し
to
てや
determine
物事
larger
の真
truths.
実
All
を
it
見
does is
極め
make
る
you
よ
a
う
the
な
best
大
friend
舞
in
台
the
が
visual
待ってい
novel.
ないぞせいぜいがギャルゲーの中での親
Ooh,
友ポジショ
fourth
ン
wall
止まり
break.
誰がギャルゲーの
Who are you calling the best friend in a visual novel?
さっきのお前の発言なん
What
て
you just
そ
said
のも
is
のじゃん
exactly what the kind of character always says. God,
言われてみ
come
り
to
ゃ
think of it, you might be right.
確かにそんな発言だったような気がしてきた
ほら、どうでもいいことで落ち
Don't
込む
let something that doesn't matter
授業
get you
始まる
down.
ぞ。
People always like the best friend in a visual novel. You two look really depressed for some reason. I tried to cheer him up, then looked back out the window. Arimura and Kazuki were gone.
タク、今日は部活ある
Taku,
の
is the club meeting today? Sorry that came by as class was over.
特に
There's
何
not
をす
much
る
to
って
do.
のもないけど、一
I
応
was
部室
thinking
に
of
は
at
行こ
least
うと思
going
っ
to
て
the
る。
club room. You got
そ
here
れに
quick.
してもお前早いな。
お
Oh yeah.
今日はなんか
Class ended early
授業
today.
が早く終わったか
Whatever.
まあいいや。
Anyway, let's get going.
それじゃあ部室に。
ちゃおーす
Ciao! Arimura's theme song. I don't feel like anything's happening. Feels kind of quiet. Chat here? Hello? Nothing's happening in the visual novel and everyone's quiet in chat. Hello? Arimura's turned to barge in. She opened the door as energetic as ever. At the same time, the whole class started to stir.
おい、あれ、有村
Hey, that's Arimura from the second year class. You're just a side character? Okay, a character who is not voiced.
本当だ。
You're right.
俺、
I love girls like her. She just looks so happy all the time.
つうか、
What's
うち
she
の
doing
ク
in
ラ
our
スに何
class?
の用だ？
宮代
Taku
先
senpai
輩
is...
は
There you are.
いたいた
Everyone was surprised to see her walk straight over to me. You're
嘘
kidding me.
マジで。
つうか、なん
She
で
doing
宮
with the
代
guy
みたい
like
なやつの
Taku?
とこに。
宮代先輩ちゃおっす
Taku senpai, ciao.
おう。
Hey. What Ito had been saying was evidently true. I could feel all the boys in class glaring at me. It made me feel superior.
あ、セリも来てたんだ
Well, Sari's here
ちゃおっ
too.
す
Ciao.
ちゃおっす
Ciao. At some point, Sarika had started copying Arimura's greeting.
ところで有村までど
What
うしたん
brings you
だよ
here?
わざわざ。
やだな私がここに
Jeez,
来る
you
理
know,
由
there's
なん
only
て
one
一
reason
つ
I
し
would
か
come
ないじゃな
here.
いですか
Almost forgot to save this delusion. One reason?
タクル王子
Prince
お迎えに
Taku,
上がりま
I've
した
come for you.
ファ
Prince?
王子
What's she talking about?
やはり記憶をな
So
くさ
it's
れて
true
し
you
まって
lost
い
your
るのです
memories
ね
then? I guess I'll have to explain.
説明なら私
I
がす
can
るよ
explain,
タ
Taku.
ク
おのえ。
Oh, no way.
実は今まで黙っ
I've
てい
never
た
told
け
you
ど
this before,
私
but
た
I'm
ちは
actually an alien
地
from
球
the
より
planet Gigloma,
360万光年離れ
3.6
た
million light years
惑
away
星
from
ギ
Earth.
ガローマからやってきた宇宙人なんだよそしてタク
Taku,
あなたも
so are you.
僕が
I'm an alien.
宇宙人？
そう
That's right.
惑星ギガロー
The
マは
planet
6つの王国に分かれ
Gigloma
てい
is split
ま
into
す
6 kingdoms.
そのうち
5
5つ
of
の
them
国は
consist of only
女系
women,
国
and the 6th,
そ
the
して
only one with men,
唯一男
is
性がい
yours,
る国が
Prince Taku.
タクル王子
クルスまで何
Kursu,
言
what
っ
are
て
you
るんだ
talking about?
大丈夫か
You feeling
気は
okay?
確かか
You gone nuts?
信じられないのも無理ないよ
I know
ね
you may find it hard to believe, but
Demo.
it's true.
これは事実なんだよ
Even Mio? Wait, that's not what Mio's personality is like. What's going on?
私たちはね
We're all princesses from these countries, and we've all come here in
あ
hopes
な
of
たの奇
becoming
跡
your
の座を
queen.
痛めるためにけれどタクル王
But
子
Prince, when you came to this
あなたは
planet,
この
you were
星へ
caught
やっ
up
て
in
き
the
た時
earthquake
に
that took place in this city
こ
and
の街
lost
で
your
起きた地
memories.
震に巻き込まれ
ちょっと待て。
Wait a second.
唐突すぎてつ
I'm
いて
having
いけ
trouble
ないん
keeping
だけ
up
ど
with。this.
私たちはみん
We all
な
decided to wait until you got your memories back, but no more. It's time for you to choose your bride. Our countries, and the whole planet of Gigloma itself
そろそろ
are
相
in
手を決め
danger
て
of
もらわなきゃ
destruction.
私たちのタクル王子
Prince Taku,
私と
I want you to
結婚
marry
して
me.
ほしい
Maybe.
かも
Is this a Chiaki reference? From Danganronpa? The always saying maybe at the end of her sentences when she finally does speak? She is kind of like Gamer Girl. Like, Gamer Girl Danganronpa.
Kazuki.
Kazuki, you too?
私だって
I want to
結
get
婚
married
したい
too.
です。
山添まで
Yugi?
分かっていただ
Do
け
you
ました
understand,
か、
Prince?
タクル王子。
If you understand, then choose me as your
分かったのなら、
partner. And give me a passionate
あな
kiss
た
as
の
a
将
sign of
来
your
のパ
love.
ートナーに。ちょっと待ってよ。
Wait, no cutting in
のんちゃん
line.
だけ抜け駆けしてずるい。タクと一番仲いいのは私だもん。ねえタク。タクは私のこと選んでく
I'm
れ
the
るよ
one
ね。
who's best friends with Taku. Right, Taku? You'll choose me, right?
いやちょっと待って
Oh, wait.
選ぶもの
This is all too
す
sudden.
ぎて何が何だか
そんな。
That's
宮
not
代
true.
先輩は私のことが
I
好
know
きなは
Taku
ずです。
senpai is in love with me.
宮代先輩。
Isn't that right, Taku?
あいや
Oh no.
待って。
Wait, he
その
belongs
人
to
は
me.
私のものなの。
そのキャラ違和感ひど
That
すぎるんです
personality
けど
doesn't fit you.
私の
He's mine.
かも。
Maybe.
いいえ。
No, he's
私
mine.
のものです。私のタクだもん。
Mine.
私のです。違うわ。
He's mine.
私のよ。私の。
Mine.
私の。
Mine.
私のだもん。
Mine. 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 Mine.
私の。
Mine. Mine. Mine.
私の。
Mine.
待って
Wait.
みんな
Calm down,
落ち
everyone.
着いて
Everyone was looking at me. Hey, we're playing the demo of LCC.
誰を選ぶの？
Who will you choose? What do I do? I feel like we haven't gone on a tangent in a while. I'm getting bored of just straight reading. You know? Someone in this game is a big thing about aliens? Who is a big thing about aliens? I don't know. How stupid. Prince? What's wrong with me?
先輩、聞いてます？
5 a.m. I'm getting sleepy. Good night. Oof. You know it's a quiet stream and Liz is checking out early. Have a good night, man. We run the tangent well dry. Well, yeah. I think it's just a combination of this is the quietest chat's been for one of these streams. I've never seen the chat rate be 0 on the analytic thing.
ここに来た理由だよな
I don't know. I was asking what you were doing here.
例の件、な
I
んか
was
進
wondering
展
whether
あっ
there'd
た
been
か
any
なって。
news.
いや特に進展といった
Not
ものは
really.
ないよ
ありゃりゃ、そうっすか。
Oh dear. I see.
残念。
That's too bad.
あれ？でも
Taku, aren't you going to the
今
club
か
room?
ら部室に行くんじゃない？
ま
I
あ
was
一応
planning
そ
on
の
it.
つもりだけど
Didn't drink caffeine today? Oof, rookie mistake. I don't know if we get through this whole chapter today.
じゃあ、ひなちゃんと
Why not
一緒に
invite
行けば
Hina
い
then?
いじゃん。
Yeah?
だってタク一人じゃつまんないでしょ。
You'll be bored by yourself, won't you?
一人って
By myself?
お前は来ないのか
You're not coming, Onoe?
私は
I'm,
えっと
I just remembered I got someplace to
思
be.
い出しちゃった。
そっか
I see.
ちなみにのんち
By
ゃん
the
は
way,
生徒会の
Tosh
仕
is
事
busy
で
with student
しん
council.
ちゃんも
And
今日は
Shin-chan
用事
says
があ
he's
るっ
got
て言
something
って
to
た
do
よ。
today. Come to think of it, the two of them had disappeared.
そういうわけだから。
So Hina, take care of
今
Taku
日
for
は
me.
タクのことお
Bye.
願いね。バイバイ。え、あ、セリ？
Sari? Sarika left the room before anyone could stop her. What exactly was she trying to do? Only me and Arimura were left.
別に尾上の言うことは
You
気
don't
にし
have
な
to
くてい
worry
いです
about what Onoe said.
なんだ
What?
先輩、
Did you forget about my power,
私の
senpai?
能力のこと。
What's she talking about?
まあ、先輩も一人で部
You'd
活
probably
入
be
れるのも
lonely in
寂
there
し
by
いでしょう
yourself.
し。
I guess I can
しょう
come.
がない。
おい別に
I wouldn't be
僕は
lonely.
寂しくなんてないし
I didn't ask
付
you
き
to
合ってく
come.
れとも言っていない
Do I actually think deep down I would be lonely?
はいはい、わか
Yeah,
りまし
yeah,
た。
I
わか
get
り
it.
ました。
Okay, let's go.
レッツゴー。
Arimura wrapped her arm around mine and dragged me out of the classroom before I could protest. Admittedly, seeing the jealousy in the other boy's eyes made me feel kind of good.
あれ
Huh? When I got to the club room, I was surprised to see someone was already there.
あれ、花。
Hana, you're
な
here.
んだ、来てた。
Hmm. Azuki was playing her game like always. When she saw us, she nodded slightly.
なになに、何やっ
What
て
are
る
you
の？
up to?
また演数？
ESO2 again?
うん。
Hmm.
演数ってそんなに
Is
面
it really that
白いの？
Hmm.
そっか。
Well, maybe I'll give it a
だ
try
ったら
sometime
私も
then.
今度やってみよっかな。
Hmm. Hold on. There's no way. Azuki smiled. I'd seen her laugh when she found something funny on the night we stayed over for the school festival, but I'd never seen her smile so happily before. Not to mention, she'd been talking to Aramura yesterday, too.
なあ
Hey,
二人とも
when did you two get
い
close?
つの間にそんなに仲良く
いつって、
When?
先輩も
You
知っ
know
て
the
るで
answer
し
to that,
ょ？
right?
つい最近ですよ。話してみたら意
We
外と
started
馬があった
talking
っ
and
て
realized we
い
really
う
got
か。
along, right?
ね
Hmm? Maybe since Kazuki doesn't talk, it's easier for them to get along? Maybe they actually make a good pair.
それにしても
So,
普段ど
what
ん
do
な
you guys
話をし
talk
てるん
about?
だ
別に普通ですよ。
Nothing special.
学
Just
校
like
で
what
あった
happens
こ
at
と
school.
とか、
Or our
プライベ
private
ートの
lives.
ことと
Or
か。
pasts. Looked like Arimura's expression clouded over for a second.
まあいいじゃないですか。
Now, does it
そ
matter?
れより先輩、
Let's talk about the
事件の
case.
こと。
I got a call from
一応
that
昨日の
detective
夜
last night.
例の刑事さん。
何か新しいことでも分かったのか
Did you find something new?
何にも進んでないっぽいです。
The police are useless when it
警
counts,
察っ
aren't
て
they?
肝心な時に役に立たない。
そっか
I see. From what Shinjo told Arimura, the facility at the Tokyo General Hospital had totally disappeared. That itself was a big development, but it meant that all our clues were gone. And then there was that Uki girl. They were looking after her at that Frisia place, but all she did was cry. They couldn't get any info out of her, or even get her to explain who she was. Since Arimura brought it up, I was hoping there'd been some new developments, but I felt a little let down.
言っときますけ
That
ど
doesn't
先
mean it's a
輩。
good idea to start
だ
looking
から
around
っ
on
て
your own,
またい
senpai.
ろいろと探り回った
And you're
り
not
はし
using
ない
your
方
power,
が
are
いいです
you?
よ。
言われなくても
You don't
大
need
丈
to
夫
tell me
だ
that. Things were calming down, and we hadn't been attacked since then. But that didn't mean the case was over.
ふむふむ。
Hmm?
どうや
Looks
ら
like you're telling
本
the
当み
truth.
たいですね。
I'll give you a pat on the head.
じゃあいい子いい子してあげます。
I knocked Arimura's hand away.
やめろってこんなこ
There'd
と
be
で
no
嘘ついた
point
っ
in
てしょ
lying
うが
or
ないだ
something
ろ
like this.
でも一応念
Well,
を
I
しと
figured
か
I
な
had
い
to bring it
と。
up anyway.
これ以上知り合いがあんな目に遭うのは嫌ですからね。
By that, she was probably referring to Kakita. She'd mentioned before he had been investigating Gigalomaniacs. He'd suspected that some huge organization was involved, but whether they were responsible for the crimes, or if it was all that Rico person, I didn't know. Either way, it was probably a good idea not to do anything until I knew.
それより先輩
Anyway,
いい加減
shouldn't
連
you give
絡
us a
手
way to
段
get a
なん
hold
と
of you?
かした方がいいんじゃない今みたいな状
About a
態じゃ
phone, if
何
something
かあった
happens, I
時
can't
に
get a hold
困
of
るん
you.
ですけど
We're in this together,
ほら
right?
今の私たちって一
Together,
連
huh?
卓勝みたいなもん
Huh? What's
どう
wrong?
かしました
別に
Nothing. But yeah, you're right. I do need to get one
そう
soon.
だな確か
I
に
couldn't stay without a
そのうち
phone.
買わなきゃなとは思ってるよ
Without one, I couldn't call for help.
よし
Alright,
じゃあ
time for a
買いに行き
shopping
ましょう
trip.
日曜
On
日に
Sunday.
決まり
It's settled.
は何
You don't
勝手
get
に
to
決
just
めてるん
decide
だ
that. Why
そもそも
Sunday?
なんで
その方がいろいろ息抜きも
Because
で
it'll be
き
a
る
good way
し
to
楽
relax.
しい
And
で
it'll be
しょ
fun, right?
楽しいでしょって
Fun? Are you
も
coming
しかして
too?
一緒に来る
だって私
I
も
need
た
to
まに
relax
は
once
息
in a
抜き
while,
に
you
遊び
know?
たいし
それなら友達と
Why
遊
not
び
go
に
with
行
your
けばいいじゃ
friends
ないか
then?
先輩が言ってる友
If by
達というの
friends, you mean the
は
girls
私
that
が
hang
よ
out
く
with all
一
the
緒にいる
time?
ク
Then
ラスの
absolutely
子たちっ
not.
て意味ならまっぴらごめんです
なんで
Why?
楽しくないんだ
Not fun. I suppose it probably isn't a lot of fun when you know that the friends you're talking to are lying. Wait a second.
それって裏を返せば
Does that mean when you're
僕
with
と
me, you're having
楽しい
fun?
ってこ
ほら先輩
Well,
は
you know
私の
about
能
my
力の
power.
こと分かってるじ
That
ゃない
actually
で
makes
す
things a
か
lot easier.
それだけでこっちも気分的に楽なんですよ
That's true. I can't lie since I know she can tell when I'm doing it. And even if I do, I won't be able to keep it up. It's exactly how I'm acting around it right now. That doesn't mean she could have fun with anybody, but doesn't that mean she could have fun with anyone who knows about her power?
だったらせっかくだし
Why don't we
応援も
invite
誘って
Onoi? Suddenly, I felt a light impact on the back of my head. Ow. I turned around and saw Kazuki had given me a chop to the back of the head.
おいいきなり
Hey,
何
what's
する
that
の
for? Oh, so that's it.
分かったよ
I
カズ
get
キも
it.
連れてけって
You
言うん
want
だ
to
ろ
come too, right, Kazuki? Ugh. Ow! 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 What's wrong with that?
尾上は誘うなってこと
You're
か
telling me not to invite Onoi?
じゃあクーですか伊藤
Okay. Maybe Kurisu or Ito? Ah. Kazuki's raised fist landed straight on the top of my head. Evidently, she didn't want me to invite anyone.
じゃあそういうことで
Alright, that's that
日
then.
曜の正午に
We'll
8
meet
コ
in
ー
front
ナ
of the
ー
Hachiko
で
statue at noon. Adios, gracia!
有村
Ayumura? Bows. Both Arimura and Kazuki had vanished before I had a chance to stop them. Sunday in front of the statue. I don't have any plans. I did want to see if the sumo stickers were really gone, so I don't mind going. But shopping? Just the two of us? That sounds like a date.
デート
A date? Could it be? Is this the start of my popular phase? Give me a second. I'll be back. Stream's lagging a little bit. Lagging. Was some. Hmm. 30 seconds behind. Yeah, that's a little bit. Just a wee bit. Huh. Well, looks like the connection stabilized a bit now. Even after coming home, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I'd probably have been forced into meeting with her on Sunday. I was going shopping with a girl. From an outsider's perspective, is that a date? But if going shopping with a girl made it a date, I'd been on plenty of dates with Sarika and Kurisu. However, a date was supposed to be the kind of thing that Cool Cat Press wrote about. It was a little different than what I'd done with Sarika and Kurisu. When I went out with Kurisu, we were always going grocery shopping and stuff. I was just there to hold bags. You couldn't call that a date. And Sarika would just tag along whenever I wanted to go somewhere. You can't call that a date either. So what's the definition of a date, anyway? According to the dictionary, it was two members of the opposite sex meeting at a designated time. Which meant that maybe all the things I'd done so far weren't dates. And what I was doing Sunday was. Still, I couldn't get too far ahead of myself. If I thought it was a date, and she didn't, I'd end up looking like a fool. But if Arimura actually did think it was a date, I couldn't escort her properly. Then I'd still look stupid. Mina Mikati's column in Cool Cat Press always seemed to say that a man who couldn't make a woman happy was scum. It's only a date if they're the opposite sex. That's true, AK. That is a good catch. The game definitely is, yeah. Little dated, terminology there. That's a 90s magazine for you. Yeah, it does clarify two members of the opposite sex. That's probably a little bit of 90s Japan hitting you there. Or a little bit of the author sneaking in. Whoops. Scum. It'll be fine. I'm a normie after all. It's actually a date. It'd be a good idea to get prepared. If it turns out not to be, I can just change my plans. I can just get all the how-to knowledge crammed into my head. How to know when a girl's asking for it? No. All the techniques to make her moan? No. How to get your ideal body? No. Where is he? He always showed up when I didn't want him to, but now that I needed him, he was nowhere to be seen.
いた
Oh, there he is. Again.
おお
Taku, what's the hurry? You want a
なん
drink?
だ血相変えて
そうじゃなくて
No.
あれ
Do
の
you have a
新
new
しいの
issue
な
of
い
that thing?
あれってなんだ
What
だからほら
You
い
know,
つ
the
も
one I always buy. Cool cat?
あああれ
Oh,
な
that. I don't know, I'm
なん
not
だろ
sure.
うな
あるなら欲しいんだよ明日
If
ま
you
で
do, I want it. Have it by tomorrow.
明日まで
By
そ
tomorrow?
れ
Not
は無理だ
happening.
な
そう言わないでさ頼
Don't
む
say
よ
that.
俺
Come
な
on,
ら
I'll
走
pay
る
you.
から
October 18th. The clock read 3 minutes to noon. I checked the time, took out a bottle of Mountain View, and took a big gulp. If I hurried, I could make it to the station in 3 minutes, so there's no need to panic. Probably shouldn't run and get all sweaty before your date. I cleared my head and opened up the March 1999 issue of Cool Cat Press that Gen had rushed out to find for me. Your first date, a real man's choices. This is the article I'd been looking for. It was all the know-how I needed for my first date. For the last 2 days, I'd gone through this and every other issue of Cool Cat Press to prepare myself. I was now the normiest of normies. The ultimate normie, you could say. An ex-Danganronpa character. And this is what the normie database was telling me. Arrive late. Not only would that keep her in suspense, it would also heighten her excitement for the events that were about to occur. I checked the time again. It was noon exactly.
よし
Okay, let's go.
そろそろ行くか
All the coolest people arrive a couple minutes late. I took the long way around Shibuya and headed for the Hachiko statue. As expected, there she was. I remember the phrases I'd read 1,000 times last night as I got close to her. You run up to her out of breath and say, "Sorry, did you wait long?" And she'll say, "No, I just got here." Cool Cat Press, 1999.
よし行くぞ
Okay, here it goes.
あ
Oh,
ごめん待った
hey, sorry, did you wait long?
遅
You're late.
い
Eh?
何やってんすか
What are you
先輩女の
How can you
子
keep a
待たせ
lady
るのは
waiting?
超ありえないんですけど
Huh?
いやその
Well,
こんなところで待たせて
What if some
ナンパ
guy
でも
came
さ
up
れ
and
ちゃった
started
りした
hitting
ら
on
ど
me?
うしてくれるん
Someone
です
almost
か
did, you know.
さっきだってもうちょっとで声かけられるところだ
That
ったん
doesn't
で
make
すからね
sense. Cool Cat, what's going on?
振り返って睨みつけたらど
I
っか
turned
行
around
っちゃ
and
ったか
glared
ら
at
いい
him
け
and he
ど
wandered off.
あのままだと
But I was about to have a really
すっごく
uncomfortable
嫌な
time.
思いすると
ごめん
I'm sorry.
まあいいです
Whatever.
次からは
Be
気を
careful
つ
in
け
the
てくだ
future.
さいよ
はい
Oh,
わか
okay,
りました
I understand. That one just didn't happen to work out. Next time it'll work.
そういえばその服
Come to
な
think
か
of
な
it,
かいいな
those clothes are nice. Cool Cat dating tip number 2. Praise her outfit. Every girl loves compliments. Her clothes, hairstyle, doesn't matter. Just tell her it looks good.
あれこの服前
I've
も
worn
着て
this
ました
outfit
け
before
ど
though.
そうだっけ
You have?
まったく
Yeesh.
それって全然
Means you don't
私
care
に
about
興
me
味
at
ない
all.
ってこと
That's
じゃ
kind
な
of
い
a
です
shock.
か
そんなことはそういえば
That's not
髪型
true.
前
Your
に言っ
hair.
た
Did you cut your bangs?
切ってません
I didn't. Failed again. What's going on, Cool Cat?
そんじゃ行きましょうか
Alright, let's go.
そうだね
Yeah, we can
そ
start
れ
with.
じゃあまずは あれ
I'm gonna start walking before I can say a word.
おいどこ行
Where
く
are you
んだ
going?
どこってスマホ
You're
買い
gonna
に
go
行
buy a
く
phone,
でし
right?
ょ
Huh?
先輩のってどこ
Is
の
yours
で
a
したっけ
Dokono
それともデ
or
ユ
a Dew
ハドバ
or an
どっち
HB?
にしてもこっちですよ
Either
ね
way, it's this way, right? HB is a hard bump, a Japanese cell phone carrier. Famous for their marketing strategies, ability to dominate public discourse, and the white dog character in their commercials. What? Dew? Smartphones have been popular since before the days smartphones due to their unique designs and functionality. Docom got their start with business pagers and are Japan's largest and oldest phone carrier, famous for their mushroom-shaped mascot. I don't get any of those references.
ひょっとして格安の SIM フリー端
Or
末
maybe
で
use
す
a
か？
cheap
だったら
SIM-free terminal? SIM-free. Most large cell phone companies' phones are locked so that each phone can only have one SIM, the module that links a certain phone number to a certain phone. A SIM-free phone, however, does not have this, since a single SIM-free phone can be used with multiple SIMs, thus multiple phone numbers. Whatever. They're parodies of brands we haven't heard of. Got it.
あ、いや、
No way.
こっ
This
ちで
isn't
大丈
right.
夫だ。
そうですか。じゃあ行きま
I
しょう。
see. Let's go then. Arima nodded and started walking. That's right. I was so focused on the word date, I completely forgot the original reason why I came. Didn't take long to get a new phone. Once I picked out the phone and re-registered my number, I was able to pull most of my old data off the cloud. My photo was gone, but unfortunately there's nothing I could do about that. How is his photo not backed up to the cloud, but like all of his data is? What? Did he just like randomly decide not to back up that one specific photo? I guess.
OK。ちゃんと登録しました。これで何かあった時も連絡取れます
He
ね。
specifically said he doesn't back it up. Oh yeah, you might be right. I've got you added. Now we can get in touch if something happens. Cool. The first thing I did once I got my new phone was add Arimura's number. His contacts didn't get backed up? Yeah. The problem was what to do now. I'd accomplished my goal for the day. But I couldn't just let all the know-how I'd built up on how to be a normie go to waste. First, I needed to confirm she didn't have other plans.
あのさ、有村。
Arimura,
この後だけど。
after this,
で、どうします？これか
what
ら。
do we do now? Oh,
だって時
We
間
still
は
got
まだま
plenty
だ
of
た
time
っ
left,
ぷり
right?
ありますよ。
it'd be a waste to just
せ
go
っか
home,
く出
wouldn't
て
it?
きたんだし、このまま。
そうだな。
That's right.
有村さえ良けれ
If you
ば。
don't mind, we
この
could
後
probably
ど
go
こかに行
somewhere
くっての
after
もありか
this.
も。
Aimura spoke up before I could finish.
じゃあどうしましょう。
What should we do?
ちょうど
I'm
時
getting a
間
little
的にお
hungry.
腹も
Why
空
don't
い
we
て
go
きた
eat?
し、なんか食べにでも。
そうだな。
That's fine. I see the side routes for holding all the delusions. Mirage is only $50. Well, good thing I bought the collector's edition. Yeah. And I didn't get that discount. This is perfect. I had my eyes on a couple of restaurants just in case this happened. At times like this, it was important to pick a place a girl would like. That was what a normie had to be able to do. The problem was there was too many good options to choose from. I've already said this before, but the best place to do a first date is like a coffee place. And to make sure they drink a caffeinated beverage while with you. There was the time to consider, the location, the weather and temperature. Cool Cat insisted I take all of those into account. This hour, every place would be crowded. We should go someplace pretty light then. For example, something we could buy and walk around and eat. I'll take my first date to Burger King. Make sure you get the Miles Morales special. Which means
ここですか？
This place?
ああ、ここ
Yeah.
で売ってるキャラメルポッ
Their
プコー
caramel
ンが美
popcorn
味しいらしいんだ。
supposedly good.
へえ、宮代
You
先
know
輩
more
っ
about
て
trends than
思
I
ったよ
thought,
り流行り
Taku.
とか詳しい。
ま、僕はリ
I
ア充だ
am
か
a
ら。
normie.
待っててくれ。
Hold
ちょっ
on,
と
I'll
買ってく
buy
れ
us
よ。
some. God, caramel popcorn sounds really good right now.
お待たせ。
There you go.
うわ
It smells so sweet. It looks
ー、美
great.
味しい。
さあ、食べたま
Wow,
え。
let's eat.
いただきま
Let's
す。
eat. Nom 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 nom. Probably not a place to go first for food. Not really gonna fill you up.
美味
It's
しい。
so good. What is
何
this?
これ？
It's
これ
delicious.
超美味しい
It's
です。
caramel popcorn. That's what we
Demo.
just said. Right? I hadn't spent the last 2 days doing research for nothing.
先輩もどうぞ。
Here, have some too. Say ah.
え、あ、
Huh?
あ
Ah.
どう？美味しい？
Is it good?
あ、うん、
Yeah, yeah.
美味し
It's
い
good.
です。
I was stammering.
じゃあ今度は先
All
輩
right,
から
now your turn, senpai.
あーん
Ah.
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 あ
Wow, it's good. Why is this so exciting? This is totally different from going shopping with Serika and Kursu. Is this what dates are like?
先輩の手
Your hands are covered in
Popcornの粉がいっ
popcorn
ぱい。
dust.
あ、お、
Oh,
本
you're
当
right.
だ。
ほら貸して
Let
く
me
ださ
see.
い。
Before I could even think about what she meant, she grabbed my hand and stuck my fingers in her mouth. Huh? Now they're all clean.
これで
おお。
Do normies actually do this sort of thing all the time? I get that this is supposed to be a sexy moment, but I would be like, ah, now your saliva's already all over my hand.
ねえ先輩、
Senpai, come
こ
shopping
の
with
後
me.
買い物に付き合ってほしいな。
You? Yeah. Like, someone licking my fingers clean wouldn't be how I'd want to get my hand clean. I would still be like, okay, do you have a napkin?
買い物
Shopping?
いいけど。
Okay.
やったー。実はね、
Actually, there was
買おうと
something I
思
was
ってた
thinking
もの
about
があった
buying.
の。
Something she was thinking about buying.
こっち、こっちで
This
す。
way. She wouldn't tell me what it was she wanted to buy. But we kept going further into an area meant for girls, and I was starting to feel more and more awkward. You don't have to feel awkward if you're there with a girl. That gives you a free pass, bro.
ランチが重かったらやめよっかなーって
We
思っ
ate a
てたんで
heavy
す
lunch.
け
I
ど。
wasn't gonna do this.
よかっ
I'm
た、
glad we got
軽い
something
もので。
light. Okay, here
あ
we
ったあ
go.
った、
This is
こ
it.
こです。
ここって。
This is...
先輩、
Don't
まだ
open
目
your
を開
eyes
け
yet,
ちゃダメです
senpai.
よ。
うん。
Okay.
よいしょ。
Okay, alright. Go ahead.
はい。じゃあ、お願いします。
I got really scared for a second there that I was gonna have to alt tab. I got nervous.
先輩、どうしました？
I was like, wait a minute. This game got banned on Steam for a minute. Wait a minute. Senpai, what's wrong?
これはまずいんじゃ
This
ない
isn't allowed, is it?
バレなきゃ大丈夫で
It's
すって。
fine as long as nobody finds out. Is it really okay for two of us to be in the same changing room in the swimsuit area together? I'd have to imagine so many like teen couples fuck in the changing rooms at the mall. I'd have to imagine that's a common occurrence. Wait. I remember. There's a certain phrase for this situation. I think it's... What eroge is this? Net slang. Similar to the phrase, I've seen enough hentai to know where this is going. I haven't heard that in a long time.
それよりほら先輩、
Anyway,
後ろ
anyway
早く結ん
senpai,
で
I
くだ
need you
さ
to
いよ。
tie it for me.
じゃないと
Otherwise,
水
the
着
suit's gonna fall off.
いいのか。
You're sure?
いいも何も
You
早
need
く
to
し
do
て
it
くれない
quickly
と
or... Wow, they put a lot of detail into that, huh? There's almost like I would expect it. There's like a rated R patch for this game that Steam doesn't give you, but you gotta go download on another fucking sketchy website or something. That swimsuit must be made of spandex or something. It's really vacuum sealed on there, huh? Really not leaving a lot to the imagination. I'm not sure that's how cloth works. That's not gonna happen. But maybe, just maybe, something similar might happen.
とりあえず
What
何
kind of
系が
food
い
you
い
want?
この辺ならいく
There's
つか
plenty of
候補
places
が
around here.
じゃあお任せします。
I'll let you choose.
そうか
I see. I recalled the map I tried cramming into my head.
じゃああそこに行っ
Alright,
てみ
let's
よ
go
うか
there.
ここで
This
すか？
place?
あ
Uh-huh.
れ確
I
か
was
こ
sure
こ
it
だと
was
思っ
here.
たんだけど
Where I thought I'd find an Italian restaurant with a delicious lunch menu, I instead found a ramen place. There's a big line.
ラーメンですか。まあ
Ramen?
嫌いじゃないですけど。
Well, I like ramen, but I
さ
don't
す
know
が
about
に
this
この
line.
列は。
だよな
Yeah. That doesn't make
そう
sense.
だこの近くにもう一軒あったと
Oh,
思うん
right.
だけど
There's another place up here. Right up this way. Huh.
現在改装
Currently
中。
remodeling. Oof. Swing and a miss. Number 2. Didn't say that online. I started to get a bad feeling. My reputation as a right-sider was in danger.
待って
Oh,
確か
wait,
まだ
there's
他に
still
も
more.
私あそこがいいな。
I think I want to go to the place
い
where
つ
we
も行
always
く
go.
あのって
You mean Lax?
ラックスか
あそこって
They
月
got a
替わ
monthly
りの
lunch
ランチ
special,
やって
right?
るでしょ。
I haven't had the
私
one
今
for this
月の
month
まだ
yet.
食べてなくて。
I guess that would be a good thing if you
お主
got like a
らか。
regular place.
今日は2人か？いつもの席が空いて
It's
お
just
る
you
ぞ。
peasants. I see your two are together this time. Your usual seats open. The waitress let us inside, curtly as ever. Well, their seat's very clearly not open. This dude's just sitting there. Just because he's a faceless NPC doesn't mean you can say that their space is open. Bruh.
マウンテンビューとオレンジジュース、マンスリーランチ2つじゃの。しばし待つがよい。
A mountain view, an orange juice, and 2 monthly specials. Wait one moment. We ended up coming here, huh?
やっぱり行き慣れたところ
You
の
always
方
feel
が安心
safer
し
going
ますよ
someplace you
ね。
know, right?
そうだ
Yeah. Hmm.
もしかして
Are you
落ち込んでま
feeling
す？
down?
落ち込む
Down?
なんで
Why would I be
落ち込ま
feeling
なく
down?
ならないんだよ
マニ
Because
ュ
this
アル
didn't
通
go
り
like
に
you
行かなか
planned?
ったから？
あ
とりあえず褒めて
He
みた
tried
り、
complimenting
道
me,
路歩くときに
walking
車
on
道
the
側
side of
歩
the
いて
sidewalk facing the
人気の
road,
店をリサーチ
looking
し
into
たり。
popular restaurants.
違うぞそれはリア充である僕にとって自
As
然
a
と揃って
normie,
いること
I
で
have all that
別に
memorized
特
already.
別リサーチしたなんてことは
I don't have to do any special research.
やっぱしてたんです
So
ね。
you did, huh? Right. I'm talking to Arimura. There's no point trying to lie.
まあそんなことだと思いまし
I
たよ。
thought so. You were
だ
so
ってい
different
つ
than
もの宮
usual.
代先輩と違うんだもん。
Come to think of it, Arimura did say something similar before.
僕ってそんなにわかりや
That
すい
easy to
のか
figure out, huh?
すっげ好きです。
Incredibly easy. But
で
I
も
like
そ
that
れ
about
って
you.
悪くないですよ。
気休めはいいよ
You have to try and make me feel better. No one wants to hear that they're easy to figure out.
気休めじゃないですよ。
I'm trying to make you feel better.
少なくとも
If nothing
私
else,
に
it's
とって
great
は
because
一
I
緒
can
に
relax
安心
around
で
you.
きるってのは大きいです。
それって
Does that mean Hey, lunch is here.
ほれ
Here's what
注
you
文の
ordered.
品じゃ
Eat.
心して食うがいいおいしそう
It looks so good. Let's eat.
先輩食
Senpai,
べないんですか
you're not gonna eat?
いや
No,
食べ
no,
るよ
gonna eat. How was I supposed to interpret what she just said? I kept thinking throughout the rest of lunch, but I never came up with an answer.
先輩まだ時間ありますよね
You still got some time, right,
もうちょ
Senpai?
っと付き合ってもらって
Can
も
we
いい
hang
で
out
す
some
か
more?
ああ
Yeah.
そんな身構えなくて
Look
も
so
いいです
tense.
って
We don't have to do anything
別にど
special.
こに行くとか考
We
え
could
ず
just be
自然で
natural.
行きましょう自然
Natural.
で
And so I ended up walking around the city of Shibuya with Arimura, without doing a single item on my date plan.
あれ可愛くない
Hey,
で
this
す
is
か
kind of cute, isn't it? Is there any point in just wandering around with no plans or goals? I wasn't sure, but that sounds like most dates early on in a relationship.
先輩はどう
What
いう
kind of
服
clothes
が
do you
好み
like,
です
senpai?
そうだな
Uh,
僕は
やっぱ露出
the
多めの
ones
と
that
か
show a lot of skin.
違う
No,
そういう
they're...
のは
ふーん
Mm,
まあ嫌いじゃない
well, I don't dislike them.
素直でよろしい
Thank you for your honesty. I was surprised to find part of me enjoying it. Maybe it was just because there was no point in trying to pretend to be someone that I wasn't with Arimura.
次はどこ行きましょうか
Where should we go next? It wasn't just that.
そういえば先輩知ってます
Senpai,
この裏に
did you know on this street...
おい
Hey. Suddenly Arimura fell forward and almost tripped. I quickly grabbed her hand. Just in time. That was so
危ない危ない
close. Did you trip over
こんな何も
nothing?
ないところで転ぶとか
Sure you're not getting
年
old?
なんじゃないの
しっけえな先輩より若いです
I'm
よ
younger than you.
まあでも
But
一
still,
応
thanks.
お礼言っときま
うん
Yeah. I felt a little awkward somehow, and started to let go of her hand.
もうちょっと
Can we
このままでもいいか
stay
な
like this a little while longer,
なんて
maybe? Fortunately, I didn't have the courage to let go of her hand after hearing her say that. Things started to feel awkward and embarrassing. I'm getting a lot of awkward teen date vibes. The secondhand embarrassment. It's brutal.
ねあの二人
Look
見
at
て
those two. They look so
仲
close.
いい私たちも
I wish I
あ
could be
の
like
二
those
人みたい
two.
になりたいね
I could hear people whispering as we passed. Now, Kith. Normally, I would have quickly moved away from Arimura after hearing that. But for some reason, it didn't bother me today.
なんか不思議
It's kind of strange.
何が
What is?
私って普段は
Normally,
ね
I always pretend to be
いつ
someone
も
I'm not.
自分を装
So I
って
feel
るん
like
で
I
す
don't really know who I am.
だからその普段友達とおどけ
Am
て
I
い
the
る時
person
の
I
自
am when I
分
tell jokes with my
それと
friends?
も
Or
思
the
っても
person
な
who
いこ
gets
とを言われ
mad
て
when
ム
people
カつい
tell
てる時の
lies?
自分
Or the
それで
person
も
I
笑
am
顔
when
で
I'm
笑ってる
smiling?
時の自分どれが
Which one
本
of
当
them
の
is the
私な
real
のっ
me?
て
If Taku can get a GF, so can you. Oof. Oof. That feel win.
でも
But when I'm with you,
なんか
I
先
feel like I
輩
can
と
be
い
the
る
true
と
me.
自然な
So
自
maybe
分で
this
いら
is
れ
who
る
I
気がし
really
ま
am.
すこれが本当の自分だったのかなって
I suddenly realized that Arimura hadn't been overly energetic today, or cold, like when we first met. If this was who she really was, then maybe I could feel relaxed when I was around her too. It was a different kind of peace than what I felt when I was with Serika and Kurisu. Maybe it was just a kind of sympathy, because we were both psychics. But part of me thought that wasn't so bad.
それじゃあ今日はここで
Alright,
ありがとうござい
that's
ま
all
し
for
た
today.
楽しかった
Thank
です
you. It was a lot of fun.
こっちこそ
I had fun too. Arimura and I both seemed to forget that the whole point of this was to just get me a new smartphone.
それじゃあまた
Okay, see you. Yeah, see you.
また
Aimura gave me a smile, then disappeared into the Shibuya streets. She didn't say her usual goodbye, but that was probably because this was who she really was. I could still feel her warmth in my hand when I closed my fist. I decided not to wash this fist ever again. Arimura said her goodbye and walked for a while before turning back. She could still see Taku standing in the crowd. What she just told Taku was how she really felt. Until now, whenever she'd been talking to a friend or to a boy, she always pretended to be someone she wasn't. It was the same with her uncle's family, who she was staying with. Her uncle and his wife were basically good people, but she knew that at times they felt sick of her. She knew all too well that the other people's feelings could be like a knife in your heart. And when they were good people, that only made it worse when she found out they didn't really mean what they said. She had been dealing with that for years. But now, for some reason, when she was with Taku, she felt better. Of course, she hadn't felt that way when she first met him. She hadn't liked him at all, in fact. He was a coward and a smart aleck. The first impression was probably spot on about him. But even so, she could feel something delicate within him that was beyond all that. She might have seen a piece of herself in him. The way he panicked or tried to force himself to pretend he was calm. She found herself laughing when she remembered that. And she laughed when she saw herself laughing. To Arimura, these were new experiences. She should have been exhausted from all the walking she'd done today, but surprisingly, her steps were light and quick. And that was why. She was sure that someone else had done it. Huh? Just as she went down to go down the stairs, she felt a small impact on her back. 2 hands. By the time she realized she was in danger, she'd already missed a step. The world spun. She could see the sky. There was a dull pain in her arms and legs, and she could hear someone running away. It took a while for her to realize someone pushed her. It wasn't a simple prank. Someone just tried to kill her. What? 2008. They didn't try to stomp her out, but they tried to kill her.
どうした食べないのか
Hina, what's wrong? You're not going to eat? It's the same picture, but it's 3 years later after the last flashback, so she's a bit older now. Oh my, I made all your favorites today too.
どうしたんだよヒナ
What's wrong, Hina?
調子でも悪
You're
いの
not
か
feeling well?
うん、
No, I'm fine.
大丈夫。
Let's eat.
わかった
I
さて
know.
は好き
You have
な
a
男
boy
の
you
子でもで
like.
きたのね
Huh?
何
Is it true?
本当か
ほらそういう時
When that
食べ物も
happens,
喉
you
に
always
通
have
らなく
trouble
なったり
eating,
するじゃない
right?
ひな
Hina,
そいつ
tell
は
me about
どん
him.
な
Is he a good boy? What's his family like? What does his dad do?
父親の仕事は
もうあなたった
Come on, honey.
それじゃ
They act
ま
like
る
they're
で
planning to
結
get
婚相手みた
married.
いじゃない
It's
の
not like that.
そういうんじゃない
You're right. I'm sorry. Your dad forgot himself for a moment there.
慌ててしまって
やだわ
Oh, honey, but I do hope that
でも
someday
ひなちゃ
Hina
んも
meets a nice
いつか
man,
素敵な
just
人と
like
出
I
会
met
えるといい
you.
わね
あ
Yeah, you're
あ
right.
そうだな
Her mother and father were smiling gently as always. The cozy atmosphere hadn't changed. But Hina knew now that it was a lie. It was only by chance she found out. On her way back from a school trip, the bus had been stopped at a light. She looked out the window and seen someone who looked like her mom. At first, she thought she must be mistaken. She had to be wrong, because the woman that looked like her mom was walking down the street arm in arm with a young man. She looked again and again to make sure she was wrong. But the more she looked, the more certain she became she was right. She wasn't young enough anymore to not know what that meant. She wasn't sure if she should tell her dad, If Mom was lying to Dad, if Dad was smiling while she lied to him, then that would just be horrible for him. That was what she thought to herself, but she was wrong. Her father was cheating on her mother, too. What if it was just an open relationship? It's all a misunderstanding that she was too young to understand. Big bro, there's something I want to talk to you about. Hina, what's up? Hina was still too young to keep her parents' problems to herself. The only person she could rely on was her big brother, Shingo. She told her brother everything. About Mom and Dad. Of course, he'd be shocked, at least, that's what she thought. So she was totally surprised by his next words. I see. So you found out too, huh? Yeah? I like that a city as big as, like, Tokyo, they still fuck up and get caught. By both their kids. Jesus. Not very open if the kids don't know. I feel like an open relationship would be kind of something complex to describe to a girl as young as Arimura. Mommy and Daddy both love each other very much, but we like to fuck other people on the side. And that doesn't mean we don't love each other any less. We're just exploring our sexuality in a way that we're comfortable with. Arimura would be like, what? You'd have to say something. Kids are gonna figure it out eventually. Yeah, I suppose you'd probably have to bring it up at somehow, but it'd be very uncomfortable to talk about. Her brother knew. Her brother was the one who taught her not to lie, but he'd been lying to her. Technically, it's a lie of omission, which isn't as bad as a lie. It felt like a terrible betrayal to her. Everyone was lying. Everything around her was built on a lie. She wanted the truth. But what exactly was truth? She was too young to know. But there was one thing she did know. Her brother had been hurt too. He'd been suffering alone, keeping a secret he couldn't share with anyone. From that day on, the only truth she had was her bond with her brother. They were siblings, sharing the same pain. That bond was what kept her going. She became even more dependent on her brother, and her brother responded by coming to love her even more. When she was a year or two from graduating elementary school, her brother said to her, "Once I graduate, I'm leaving this house. You should come with me." He graduates what, elementary school? How much older is he? From that day on, those words were what kept her going. Her bond with her brother, and her hopes of escaping her parents' lies. And that became her new future, and her truth. But 6 years ago on that day, the dream was destroyed. There was a dazzling light and a great shaking. She found herself buried in the rubble. By the time the week was over, the return of the new Gen Madness had been forgotten, and everyone was talking about some counterfeit food labeling that happened last week. Should we keep going for a bit, or should I wrap up here? And, we end with the cliffhanger that someone tried to kill, Arimura. We come back next week with what's going on. You aren't super far from done? Really? It's almost done? We just knock it out? He's like 2 hours away from the end. Only 5 hours in. Yeah, but I'm just reading. There's not much, you know. I'm like, you know, the vibe's not there, I don't think. Save for next stream. Yeah. It's kind of, yeah, there's nothing, like, super exciting going on so far. It's basically just been Slice of Life chapter, so no real, like, major events happening so far. The routes are big. I mean, people said the routes were, like, full chapters, but there were some chapters that were pretty short. You know? Routes are as big as chapter 1. Really? Well, that would still be enough for a full stream then, if next time we, stream the rest of the chapter and then set up the next route. That would still be a lengthy stream then. Yeah? Come back to it when there's more energy, I think. Oh. Oh, you still got a while? Oh, did you just check? Yeah. I think that's what we'll do. Yeah. Let's do that. And then we'll probably, the second half of the chapter, we'll probably have a lot more going on, yeah? Let's work with that. We'll end on the cliffhanger. What happened to Arimura? Is she hurt? Is she okay? It seems in your anger, you pushed her down the stairs so there could be excitement in the case again. No. No. So yeah, let's wrap it there. I don't know what I'm going to stream tomorrow. I want to do a game night thing, but I'm not sure. I might just stream some more Zelda this weekend. Like I said, I've made it to a bunch of shrines in the game, so that way when the stream starts, we can just immediately start doing stuff in Zelda. Maybe that's what we'll do. So yeah, we'll see. I might just stream some Zelda tomorrow. I'm not entirely sure. But if you don't want to miss out on what the stream is, of course, subscribe and hit the bell button so you don't miss out on any of the streams. I think I'll just be streaming some Zelda this weekend. I think that's what we'll do. No stream Monday, Tuesday as usual. And then Thursday, Friday next week, we'll be back with more Chaos Child. So if you subscribe and hit the bell button, you won't miss out. Whatever the stream ends up being, you won't miss it. Drop a like on the video if you can. Help boost this stream in the old YouTube algorithm. And of course, come chat and hang out with us. Link in the description below is my Discord channel. You can chat, and hang out, and chill, and all that good stuff. The usual: subscribe, bell button, like, and join the Discord. See you guys tomorrow with whatever I end up streaming. See you then. Bye.